Check. 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 Check.
Good day, Commissioners. My name is Ann.
This is the Board of County Commissioners regular meeting on May 19th, 2026 in Board Chambers, Tavares, Florida.
There we go. All right. Welcome, everyone, to our Lake County Board of County Commissioners meeting this May 19th of 2026. And we will start our meeting with an invocation that is given today by Pastor Jim Morey from the Union Congregational Church in Tavares, and then we'll stay standing for our Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Gracious God, creator and sustainer of all life, in whose image and likeness we are all created and whose holy breath gives life to all of us. We lift the members of this commission to you this morning. Give them wisdom and understanding in their decisions so that all of those in our community may flourish and experience the abundance of your grace. Help them to be mindful of your cherished children under their care who experience the challenges and struggles of life. Bless our commissioners and their families who support them, their staff, and all who enable them to perform their duties. Watch over our first responders, our firefighters, and law enforcement officers, and keep them safe as they serve our communities and embrace their families who, in faith and love, send them to their tasks to keep all of us safe. May we all be mindful of our connectedness as your children, and may we ever strive to lift each other in ways that realize your kingdom of love for all. In your blessed name we pray. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Pastor. All right, agenda update. Jennifer Barker, County Manager.
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. First, tab 19, a subordinate and of utility interest document was added. Also, I'm requesting that we pull tab 28, and it will be brought back at a later time. Tab 30, a revised interested party comments document was added to include a missing page. The Collier County ordinance was added, and a revised proposed ordinance was added. And finally, on tab 32, an errata sheet was added.
May I ask why we're pulling 28?
Yes, 28, there were questions regarding the procurement process for the equipment, the playground equipment at the North Lake Park. So we are getting together the information, and we'll bring that back at a later time with more information.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you for those changes. We have our Employee Service Awards today. Janine Nelson, Associate Director of Human Resources, will present those awards. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I'm Janine Nelson with Human Resources and Risk Management. This morning, you are recognizing employees who have reached significant milestones in their careers with Lake County. All of the employees that we're recognizing today have service anniversaries in either 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, during the month of April. We're starting out with the Office of Building Services for 5 years of service. We have Bill Ondelich, Office of Building Services Director, and Matthew Pollender, Senior Plans Examiner. Office of Fire Rescue Emergency Dispatch, Jessica Carr, Emergency Dispatch Lead. And our IT Service Desk, Oshin McKenna, Computer Technician 1. If any of those 5-year employees are here with us today, would you stand so we could recognize you, please? Thank you so much. All right, moving on to 10 years. We have Jeremy Rodriguez celebrating 10 years. He's a Public Works Permitting Technician 1. Jeremy, would you stand for us, please? With 20 years of service, we have Anthony Brascani. He's a firefighter EMT with Fire Rescue, as well as from Telecommunications IT, John Yang, our telecommunications supervisor. John, would you stand up, please? Moving on to 25 years, we're recognizing Mark Peck, who's a maintenance technician 2 with the Office of Facilities Management. Mark, stand up, please. And And we have one retirement to mention who is not able to be here with us today. Eric Wellhaven currently serves as our office manager in the Office of County Probation. He began his career with Lake County on December the 12th, 2005, and he's retiring on June 1st of this year. That concludes our presentation. Thank you so much. Let's do a round of applause for Eric at this time. And for Thank you.
All right, thank you, Janine, and thank you to our recipients. Our annual comprehensive financial report presentation, I'll turn this over to our clerk of court, Mr. Gary Cooney.
Good morning. Thank you very much. First, this morning I'd like to recognize our finance staff that's present today for their hard work on the external audit, preparation of the annual comprehensive financial report, also known as the ACFR, and our popular annual financial report, which has been passed out to you, known as the PAFR. First and foremost, obviously, is Chrissy Mullane, who sits with you almost every meeting. And if those folks who are in the audience, when I call you, if you could stand up, Mary Burns, Kevin McDonald, Yadira Perez, and Nyla Baker. And these are the folks who put in the hard work to produce this document, in addition to Joel and his staff, and I'll get to Joel at the end. But Lake County has been awarded a certificate of achievement from the Government Financial Officer Association for the ACFR for the past 44 years. And that's a testament to the staff that the office has had in place for those years. We have received the Popular Report Award for the past 15 years, and that's the longest amount of time it's been given. We've gotten it every year that's been given. The board and the clerk also participate in the GFOA Distinguished Budget Program. The board has received this award for 19 years, which is when they started trying to receive it, and they've gotten it every year since they started trying. The clerk's office has received it for 34 years, which is as long as that's also been given. I'd also like to recognize Kelly LaFollette for the cover designs that you see on the report for both the ACFR and the Popular Report. We have provided you with a copy of that document. The ACFR you don't want a paper copy of, I don't think. It's about this thick. But it'll be available on the clerk's website for anyone who wants to view it after the meeting today. Finally, I have with us this morning Joel Knopp. He's a partner with Forvis Mazars, our external auditors, who will be presenting the report. Joel. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Pleasure to be here and present the highlights of the comprehensive financial report for the county for year ended September 30, 2025. There was a separate communication letter provided in the agenda, but just want to hit a few highlights from that. One, this kind of goes over auditor responsibilities as well as management's responsibilities related to the audit as well as internal controls. The county did implement a new accounting standard for fiscal year 25 related to compensated absences. There was a restatement, but it was not material to the financial statements related to that liability. I do want to highlight no audit adjustments were identified, which indicates good internal controls over financial reporting by the clerk finance team, and also no significant issues or concerns, disagreements during the audit. So a very smooth audit process as normal as you would expect. Under the deliverables, you'll find our audit reports throughout the document. You'll first find our opinion on the financial statements on pages 13 through 15. We issued an unmodified opinion, which is a clean opinion that the numbers are presented in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. And then beyond that, you'll find the compliance reports towards the back of the document. There was a report related to major federal grants and state grants. There were 4 federal programs that were tested as well as 4 state programs, and significant amount of compliance and internal control testing that goes into those. The county came out clean with that, no significant deficiencies or material weaknesses. There's also a report on internal controls over financial reporting and compliance under government audit standards. That was also a clean report with no significant deficiencies or material weaknesses. And then the last 2 documents relate to reports required by the Auditor General, a management letter, as well as an accountant's report related to the county's compliance with investment policy and E911 fees. Those were also clean reports. So all clean for the county, and indicates, again, good internal controls and processes in place. A few financial highlights just to point out. The total net position at the county-wide level, increased approximately $100 million. This presentation is really full accrual. It considers the long-term capital assets of the county as well as the long-term liabilities. You will see a negative unrestricted net position amount, but that relates to the pension and OPEB liabilities of the county, and that's been consistent since those standards were adopted. It's not unusual for Florida governments. The general fund, obviously the key operating fund of the county, pretty much a level results for the year with a net change in fund balance of $1 million. The total fund balance stayed steady. Unassigned fund balance did decrease. It's at 18% of total expenditures for the year, but that's still over the goal that the county sets of 7 to 12%. So still in good position at the end of fiscal year 25. From a budget perspective, the county did budget conservatively and received $17 million over projection in revenues and spent, if I can read that correctly, about $10 million less than was budgeted from an expenditure standpoint. So overall, favorable budget variance for the year. Proprietary funds are the landfill and internal service funds. Again, no real concerns there. They stayed pretty steady, actually improved slightly in their results for the year. So with that, those were my prepared comments, but I'll be glad to answer any questions. Again, I want to express my appreciation to Mr. Cooney and Ms. Mullane and their team for a job well done throughout the audit. So thank you.
All right, any questions? A comment?
I just have a comment. Joel, I thank you. I appreciate you. Mr. Cooney, certainly appreciate you and your team that's worked on this. I think it's a great day for local civics when we actually do these every year. Kind of underappreciated how important it is. And you, Mr. Cooney, elected only, not to serve us, but to serve the people. And you doing this and overseeing this, the CAFR process, I still call it CAFR, is really important. So I just wanted to say thank you. This is a great document. Just a couple highlights. I appreciate the net position, continues to improve for the county. Obviously, we'd like to build our reserves back up. The board has expressed that. But we had this little hurricane, not little, but we had a hurricane, and maybe we'll get some of it back from the feds. We hope soon. That'll help our position there. But otherwise, I appreciate everything you've done, and it looks great.
Yeah, again, thank you for being here. Thank you, Mr. Cooney. You guys do great work. This short version that Mr. Cooney's office puts out, I just recommend it to anyone in the audience and members of the public to go online and find this document. But it does give you a great overview of how all of the county departments work, as well as the constitutional officers, and how we work all together off of a budget that then is overseen by our clerk. And you're here today to say that you've checked everything out and we're doing things the way we're supposed to be doing things. And then throughout the year, Mr. Cooney conducts audits as well, just to make sure all of the different departments, the funds are lining up and things are being spent on the items that they were budgeted for. So we appreciate that great work.
And I will tell you that Jennifer runs a really good ship for you guys. Obviously she was your budget director for a lot of years and understands how all that works. And so when we go in, most of the time for us, on our audit side, it's consulting more than anything else. And your staff responds very well in asking us to come in and do initial consulting if they're changing processes to make sure those internal controls are put in place right from the get-go. So that when Joel gets here, he doesn't find anything. So that's always the goal. The only thing we need this morning is you to approve the ACFR that's been presented for this year.
Move approval.
Second.
All right, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you very much. All right, moving along then to minutes approval. Mr. Cooney?
Good morning again. I have one set of minutes for your approval this morning.
Move to approve.
I'll second that.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That passes 5-0. Moving along then to citizen question and comment period. We're entering the public comment portion of the meeting where the public can discuss items that are on today's agenda with the exception of zoning items. Anyone who joined our meeting through Zoom using their phone may press *9 to virtually raise their hands. Anyone participating through Zoom online, please click the raise hand button to let us know that you wish to speak, and everyone has 3 minutes to speak. After 3 minutes, an alarm will sound letting you know that your time is up, and we ask that you wrap it up at that point. We have a number of cards. We have cards on item 30, and so we'll wait and do those cards when we get to 30. I see, let me see if I've got a couple just public comment cards. I've got Farmer Banks Helfrich, and then Mr. Yocum.
I am Farmer Banks Helfrich. I live in the Clay Road District. Farm tip of the day: it is time to put your summer crops into the ground, such as watermelons, okra, sweet potatoes, peanuts, and believe it or not, loofahs. Yes, you can grow your own loofahs here in Florida. The great thing about loofahs are you can eat them when they're green. I am told they taste like cucumbers, and then you can wait until they're old and dried out, pull away their skins, shake out the seeds, and you have an exfoliating scrubby for the shower. Chairwoman, board, distinguished guests, there is a farm in North Claremont up near the Lake Ridge Winery. It is 7 acres. It has 15 different gardens on it, and 3 farmers work the farm. They participate in what's called crop share, which whatever is yielded on the farm is shared amongst themselves, and then the rest is given away to the community. The 15 farms include a food forest, an 88 fruit-bearing orchard, a vineyard of 15 different grape plants, which yield roughly 60 pounds of muscadine grapes per year, a raised bed garden, a vegetable garden, herb garden, a Monet garden when the flowers are in bloom, a tea garden, 2 shade gardens, a pineapple patch, and a wild blackberry patch, to name a few. This farm opens up its gates once a month, second Sunday of every month, to the public, to the citizens of the area, to come and experience a tour. The tour includes roughly 90 minutes or to 2 hours. It is a taste. Whatever's in season is picked and eaten right off the plants. There is no pesticides or herbicides, so it's entirely organic, and the only issue you have is with nature bugs on the plants. It is also a teach. The whole concept behind this farm is to teach others how to grow their own foods. The best way to bring down grocery prices is to plant your own groceries and to grow them. 60% of the diet of the master farmer comes from the farm. And it is also a takeaway. Plants, trees, seeds are given away to the community that shows up, the attendees that show up. This farm is not owned by the master farmer. It is actually borrowed from his children and his grandchildren. And this farm is aproposly named the Giving Farm. I am Farmer Banks Helfrich, candidate for State House District 25, and I reside on this farm. May you all be blessed. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Appreciate all those good tips. Vance Yocum.
My name is Vance Yocum, and I reside across the street from the Tavares Nature Park. But I'm not going to talk about that today. What I'm going to talk about is that budget season is coming up, and I want to encourage you to establish a committee, if you have not already, to investigate how to use AI to improve your operations and streamline administration, including law. There are an awful lot of stories, both pro and against the use of AI. Large corporations have moved to it. I did a study on school districts and gave it to the school board about school districts that are improving their operations using AI, and there's even a big program out of UCF for some school districts, but ours was not included in it. And that they are showing early results of maybe saving about 4 hours a week for administrative personnel. My view is that you should cap budget growth and actually set 10% reductions in your budgets by department until you see some results from the use of this new tool. It's not, it takes learning curve. I've been looking at it for 3 years. I use it for things almost on a daily basis now. And I really encourage that you do establish a committee that has some people that actually understand and are looking for solutions using this new tool. Secondly is that there's a new all-Muslim development being proposed in Tavares on Highway 19 south of 441, across the street from Ace Hardware. I've tried to get more details. It was posted by a potential developer, I guess, on one of the social media outlets next door. And I called the realtor that still has the signs up. I drove by it on the way here, and Dan Tatro, and never got a response. But in Texas, they've already banned 3 of them because of a lot of the concerns I don't have time to talk about today, but that you should be aware that this is going on. City of Tavares has not yet seen any paperwork or proposals on it. They said it's a PUD, so Live Local Act can't be used for it. But other than that, I don't have any more information at this point. But I will send you the article that was in the social media. Finally, you have new agenda management software. And what's funny is it says it incorporates AI. But they included a bunch of things about accessibility and everything else, and I found it very confusing when I tried to use it. So I just suggest that you look at the user interface and design of that on how people can use it. And that's it. Have a
All
good
right,
day.
thank you, appreciate it. Do we have anyone online? No, okay. All right, moving along then to our presentation of proclamations. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 proclamations, and we can go down each one and approve or adopt them and then do our presentations. So if I could have a motion on proclamation 17-23, 2026, wait a minute, I've got my number wrong. Proclamation 2026-36, declaring May 17th through 23rd as National Emergencies Medical Services Week.
So moved.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. All right, any opposed? That passes 5-0. The next one is adoption of Proclamation 2026-43, recognizing National Older Americans Month. Do we have a motion?
So moved. Move to approve.
Do we have a second?
Who's the second youngest?
The second youngest? All right.
Second that.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, the next one is a proclamation honoring the Small Business Development Center at the University of Central Florida for receiving the U.S. Small Business Administration Small Business Development Center of the Year, and this is Proclamation 2026-44. Do we have a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. And then the last one is a proclamation 2026-29, and this is a proclamation recognizing the Arching Oaks Art and Culture Center at the Florida Budokan in District 4. If we could have a motion.
I would like to make a motion.
Good, I would like Commissioner Smith to make that motion.
Yes. Move to approve.
All right, we have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That passes 5-0. All right, then we'll move forward with the presentation. So I'll call on David Kilbury, our Public Safety Director, and I will read the proclamation, and you will honor our guests that are with us today.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner. We recognize our EMS professionals this week, of our dedicated professionals, and I want to thank the more than 500 men and women that wear the Lake County patch, who provide that first response service. And for those of you in the audience who wonder, do we have enough EMTs, paramedics out there? With so many in the audience, we do. And so I want to brag a little bit if our paramedic class can stand up. So in this audience, we're doing something that no one else in Florida is doing currently. And we've pulled about 20 EMTs off the street and put them through an in-house paramedic class. And so this is our second class. We are doing things in Florida no one else is doing. I'm so proud of them. They've got about 5 weeks left to the test. And then we have our newest hires, if you'll stand as well. They're our newest additions to Lake County Fire Rescue, and they are EMTs and paramedics as well. And so I also want to share with the board, we just received the CARES registry we have above average national and state level cardiac arrest survivals. And that's only possible through the board's dedication and commitment. And for that, I thank you.
Read the proclamation into the record. Proclamation 2026 National Emergency Medical Services Week. Whereas emergency medical services are a vital public service, and whereas the members of emergency medical services teams are ready to provide life-saving care to those in need 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and whereas access to quality emergency care dramatically improves the survival and recovery rate of those who experience sudden illness or injury, and whereas the emergency medical services system consists of emergency physicians, emergency nurses, emergency medical technicians, paramedics, telecommunicators, firefighters, educators, administrators, and others. And whereas the members of emergency medical services teams, whether career or volunteer, engage in thousands of hours of specialized training and continuing education to enhance their life-saving skills. And whereas it's appropriate to recognize the value and the accomplishment of emergency medical services providers by designating National Emergency Medical Services Week, now therefore it be proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners, Lake County, Florida, that the week of May 17th through 23rd shall be known, designated, and set aside as National Emergency Medical Services Week here in Lake County. And people are encouraged to express their appreciation as they come across these dedicated first responders who have made countless personal sacrifices to ensure the safety of both citizens and residents in Lake County. So we thank you for all that you do. All right, so maybe in the lobby that you guys could do one. All right. All right, if I could have Cheryl Rumbly and Hugh Gravitt come forward, if Hugh's here. Cheryl, would you come on up? Welcome. Cheryl is the chair of the Elder Affairs Council, and so we can dismiss our future paramedics and our new employees. And we should clap for them. All right, and this is Cheryl Rumbly, and she's the chair of the Elders Affairs Council here in Lake County, and I'll read this proclamation. Whereas Older Americans Month is an annual observance in the United States held every May to recognize the contribution of older Americans, highlight aging trends, and reaffirm society's commitment to supporting the health, independence, and well-being of older adults. And whereas Older Americans Month was established in 1963 by John F. Kennedy to acknowledge the growing population of Americans aged 65 and older and to address their specific needs, including health care and financial security. And whereas today the Administration of Community Living leads the national observance of Older Americans Month, continuing national efforts to promote the dignity, independence, and overall well-being of older adults. And whereas the 2026 theme, Champion Your Health, emphasizes the importance of wellness, prevention, and personal responsibility as cornerstones of healthy aging by encouraging older adults in Lake County, Florida to take an active role in managing their health, accessing preventive care, and maintaining independence. And whereas individuals and communities are encouraged to support healthy aging by promoting preventive health screenings, fostering social connections, encouraging nutritious eating and regular physical activity, supporting mental health and resilience, and recognizing the lasting contributions of older adults. Now, therefore, it be proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Lake County, Florida, that Lake County does hereby proclaim the month of May 2026 as Older Americans Month, calling upon all Americans to join in supporting older Americans by raising awareness, fostering intergenerational learning, promoting healthy aging, and recognizing the contributions of older adults and families, workplaces, and communities by offering experience, resilience, and mentorship. And this proclamation shall be spread upon the minutes of this meeting. So Cheryl, thank you for the good work that you do in our older community, I guess you should say.
I wanted to thank the commissioners for your support with the Elder Affairs Council. In the nation, the average number of people over 65 is 18% of our population is over 65. In the state of Florida, it's 21.6%. In Lake County, it is 26.8%. So we have a very large number of individuals over 65 which are very active and still participating and contributing to our community. We provide, the Elder Affairs Council hold an annual senior expo. We do that in October to help provide information to that part of our community on health and services that are helpful to them. So thank you so much for your support, and we thank you for the proclamation and for recognizing the older Americans in our community. Thank you.
For our next proclamation, I would ask for Meg Blue. And I think that we have several members. Do we have members from our SBDC? All right, I'm going to let you do introductions.
Okay, my pleasure. Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, Meg Brew, Director for the Office of Economic Development. It is my great pleasure to recognize the Small Business Development Center, or SBDC, at UCF as they join me today to receive a proclamation honoring them as the Small Business Administration's SBDC of the Year out of the entire country. Our local SBDC, who serve all of Lake County with offices in Groveland and Eustis, has been an invaluable partner to Lake County's business community. Their team provides one-on-one consulting, training, and guidance that helps our small businesses start, grow, and thrive. Over the past year, they have supported thousands of local entrepreneurs, helped secure significant capital investment, and strengthen the economic vitality of this community. This recognition as the SBDC of the Year reflects their outstanding performance and deep commitment to serving the people and businesses of Lake County. We are incredibly grateful for their partnership and very proud to celebrate this achievement today. So with that, I will invite Jose and John up to receive the proclamation.
All right, Proclamation 2026-44, whereas the Small Business Development Center at the University of Central Florida has demonstrated exceptional service, leadership, and commitment to supporting small businesses throughout our region, and whereas small businesses are the backbone of Lake County's economy, and whereas the SBDC at UCF has been named Small Business Development Center of the Year by the Small Business Administration, a distinction that reflects its outstanding performance, innovation, and measurable impact on the economic vitality of Central Florida. Whereas the SBDC at UCF provides critical guidance, technical assistance, and one-on-one consulting that empowers local entrepreneurs to start, grow, and strengthen their businesses. Whereas the SBDC at UCF has played a pivotal role in local job creation, capital formation, business expansion, and long-term economic resilience in Lake County. And whereas the SBDC at UCF's local team, which offers offices in Groveland and Eustis, have supported thousands of small businesses through training, mentorship, and strategic planning. And whereas the SBDC at UCF's strong partnerships with Lake County government, local chambers of commerce, educational institutions, industry leaders, and other partners have strengthened the region's entrepreneurial ecosystem. And whereas recognition by the SBA as SBDC of the Year is a testament not only to the center's excellence, but also to the dedication of its staff, the trust of its clients, and the collaborative spirit of the community it serves. Whereas continued success of the SBDC at UCF contributes significantly to the prosperity, innovation, and economic competitiveness of Lake County and the broader Central Florida region. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Lake County that Lake County does hereby recognize the SBDC at UCF as SBA's SBDC of the Year. So we appreciate what you all do, and I know our small businesses appreciate you. It's amazing the help that you can provide and get people started and help them be successful by doing the key things they need to do in order to keep their businesses successful. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, commissioners, and the entire Lake County team, especially Meg and Kathleen, that have been a key support on our program. It's an absolute honor to accept this proclamation on behalf of the Florida SBDC at UCF. To be recognized by the U.S. Small Business Administration as the National SBDC of the Year is an incredible milestone. But an achievement like this is never reached alone. It's the direct result of a powerful and enduring partnership. Since February 2012, the Central Florida SBDC and Lake County Economic Development have worked hand in hand to build a resilient entrepreneurial ecosystem. Small businesses are truly the backbone of Lake County. Today, our county is home to nearly 8,800 employer establishments and over 39,000 non-employer businesses. Small businesses aren't just a segment of our economy, they account for the vast majority of our local enterprises and employ a massive percentage of our local workforce. Over the last 14 years, our collaboration has yielded historic results. Together, we have guided and supported 1,913 unique businesses and delivered over 23,000 hours of no-cost confidential consulting to area entrepreneurs. What does that mean for our community? It means measurable prosperity. Historically, every single dollar that the local governments invest in our SBDC programming around the country generates approximately $50 in return to the local economy. With Lake County's consistent and visionary investment, this partnership has driven an economic impact of over $100 million right here in Lake County since 2012. This national award belongs to Lake County just as much as it belongs to the SBDC. Thank you for believing in our mission, investing in our entrepreneurs, your entrepreneurs, and partnering with us for 14 incredible years. We look forward to helping Lake County's small business thrive for many more years to come. Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Okay, and then our last proclamation. Commissioner Smith, would you like to come up and do this proclamation? I know you're good? Okay, all right.
Thank you very much. It's in your district, but this is a wonderful, wonderful program, and it's a wonderful organization. So thank you for giving me the
highlighted
offer.
them on a board short and had a chance to be out there.
Yes, they were wonderful people.
Some of us may learn about this today, something that we didn't know that was happening here in Lake County. I would ask, well, let's see. I'm checking to see. I know that I have, Sebastian. Sebastian, you're here. I don't know if anyone else on your team would like to come up. Okay, all right. Well, we'll just let you stand here and I'll read this. And then... Proclamation 2026-29, whereas since its incorporation as a nonprofit organization in 2019, Arching Oaks Art and Culture Center and Florida Budokan has provided meaningful public programming, educational outreach, cultural preservation, and community engagement opportunities that enrich the lives of residents and visitors throughout Lake County. Whereas the organization is dedicated to fostering appreciation for traditional Japanese arts, culture, and values in a manner that promotes mutual understanding, strengthens community connections, and enhances the cultural vitality of the region. Whereas Arching Oaks Art and Culture Center and the Florida Budokan proudly serve as the largest zone Japanese cultural center in the state of Florida and one of the largest in the United States, acting as a significant local and regional resource for cultural education, traditional arts instruction, and public programming. Whereas the organization has extended its impact beyond its campus by providing educational cultural programming in Lake County libraries, colleges, public and private schools, thereby expanding access to cultural learning opportunities for students, families, and the broader public. Whereas the organization's leadership was instrumental in the success of the inaugural Japan Festival in Eustis, a landmark event that welcomed thousands of residents and visitors to experience Japanese culture through martial arts, music, performances, education, and cuisine. And whereas the organization continues to support and strengthen partnerships among community organizations, artists, educators, volunteers, and public leaders, further establishing Lake County as a community that values cultural enrichment, education, and engagement. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Lake County, Florida, that Lake County does hereby recognize and commend Arching Oaks Art and Culture Center and the Florida Budokan for their outstanding contributions to cultural enrichment, education, and community engagement. And I just want to note that the city of Eustis was instrumental in facilitating that festival, and it was a fabulous festival, and it was very well attended, and I think that if it continues on, you will see it grow even more. So thank you so much.
Chair, Chairman, Chairman, would you mind me saying a few things? First off, thank you very much for being here today. This proclamation means a lot. It's not just only about the Japanese art, but it's also about the Japanese culture, which is community. Y'all teach that a lot within your facility, and I certainly appreciate everything you have done, not only for the city of Eustis, but for Lake County as a whole, and bringing the Japanese cultural spirit here at the Lake County, because people, once they understand what the culture is, it's more family-oriented than anything else, so I certainly appreciate that, and nature-driven, so thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Smith, and thank you for your leadership, and everyone up here has done a great job running Lake County, so thank you so much. My name is Sebastian Valila, and I am the president of Arching Oaks Japanese Art and Culture Center, also known as the Kashibo Nihon Bijutsu Kaikan. Thank you for this wonderful proclamation. It means a great deal to our students, volunteers, families, and cultural partners. We're proud to serve Lake County and to help build bridges and friendship, education, and cultural understanding between Lake County, Japan, and by extension, the state of Florida. So thank you very much.
Extremely meaningful proclamations today, and each one very different and diverse. All right, we'll move along then to our Clerk of Courts consent agenda. Mr. Cooney.
I have 4 items for your approval this morning.
Approve.
Second.
All right, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, then moving to to consent agenda, tab 7 through 28, and then we had a couple modifications.
Chair, I'd like to pull tab 24, please.
Okay.
And 28 was pulled earlier during my update as well.
All right, so tab 28 won't be voted upon, and Commissioner Parks would like to pull tab 24. Are there any others that need to be?
I'd like to pull 7, 9, and 15, just a very brief update or comment on each of the 7, 9, and 15. So I would move to approve the consent agenda with the exception of 7, 9, 15, 24, and 28.
All right. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, then picking up, we'll turn it over to Commissioner Sabatini first on those earlier ones.
Just real quick on 7, I get where the board's coming from with the whole tobacco-free thing in the parks, but I'd be a hypocrite to vote for this because I like smoking cigars in the parks. I think it's a good idea. I'm very proud that Lake County has the biggest tobacco farm in the whole state. We also have the best winery and biggest winery in the whole state, so I think, people need to be responsible with their tobacco use and not blow it in the face of somebody in the park, but I don't support banning or having tobacco totally banned from the park. We don't need to debate it. I'll be a no on that, so.
Okay, do you want to just do a motion, and then we'll let the votes fall where they fall?
Make a motion to approve proclamation designating June 2026 as tobacco-free.
And I'll second
Parks
that.
Month.
I'll second that. In parks, I'll be tobacco-free in the parks.
Right.
Okay,
Correct.
good for you, Commissioner Parks. Always thinking about your health
That's what I
and
thought
the
it was.
example and how you reflect upon young people. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, then moving along to the next item that you put.
9, just super quick, we have a workers' comp settlement. I mean, this is really for my own education as these come through. If we can get like a brief comment on why that one should be settled at that amount. You know, any litigation, when we settle it, obviously, I generally have deference for what the staff's recommendation is, but I'd just like to hear a couple of details so we know.
This was a former fire rescue employee that was injured during a training exercise. Rather than going to court, we try to settle when necessary, so it'll save the total expenditures for the county. We did come to a mutual agreement of a settlement of $45,000 that will close this case for the workers' comp claim.
Okay, that's fine, so move to approve.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that passes. Then,
And then 15, you know, with the Office of Tourism, you know, I think my vibe, or I guess my read, you know, this is my second year on the board, but, you know, my understanding is generally we kind of defer to the Office of Tourism on where they think the focus should be for how the expenditures are. And generally, I think that's good. But I will say, you know, I think there's certain activities or elements of the Office of Tourism that should be emphasized more, that they're already engaged in, like, for example, fishing, sports fishing. There's other things. I'm not totally against doing it for the Track and Field Association, but the expenditure is quite high. It's $450,000. So maybe if we could hear a little bit about that, and, you know, obviously, this is something that, you know, generally I think, you know, budget workshop, probably best to open it up, but it's here, it's on the agenda, and, you know, if we could hear a few words on that.
Okay, so this is this is a promotional marketing sponsorship, very similar to the sponsorship that we have with Star Athletics. So the $450,000 is over a 3-year period. It's $150,000 marketing expense per year. And what it includes are the Discover Lake County logo being displayed at the various track and field events throughout the day. It includes commercial promotion on the various either streaming or national broadcast. So that's what this is it's marketing more than anything else. Commissioner Smith, I believe, is the chairman of the TDC, may have a few other items.
Yeah, this was vetted for several months on the TDC meetings. It is for promotional activities, bring tourism down here to Lake County where visitors come, spend their money and then leave, which is nice. But it has a lot of national commercial time. It has a lot of local commercial time, has a lot of national exposure throughout the country. And like I said, it's been vetted probably over 6 months through the TDC board. And the board voted unanimously for it. I think it's a good program. It seemed like a lot off the top, but if you're looking at the marketing revenue or the marketing hit that we will get on this, not only social media, but national advertisement, it's a good fit.
Madam Chairman, if I can just add statutorily, just for purposes of the public, there is a portion of that money that statutorily we must use for marketing. So all of those dollars cannot be used for physical improvements. I believe it's at least 1 penny of what we collect has to be used towards marketing, things like this.
I'm glad Commissioner Sabatini pulled this. My concern is not the amount, it's that we're committing to 3 years. And if something goes wrong in 26, how do we get out in 27 and 28?
Well, the whole purpose of this is a lead up to the Olympic Games, as you know, is going to be held in California, United States, and we are positioning ourselves for some local events
Right.
here in not only Orange County, but Lake County as well.
I think it's great, but we're committing money over 3 years instead of looking at it next year to see if there's a value. That was my only concern, is that we start giving money out year after year after year.
I would move to pass this as an amended proposal of 1 year. And then.
I don't think we can do that because of the contract that was signed, or the contractual agreement was a 3-year agreement. we competed against Orange County and Seminole County for this, so.
A lot of times, and I'm not saying that this is specific to this situation, in order to be competitive, you have to offer a multi-year agreement or they'll look elsewhere to.
Let me back up just for a second. My only thing with the tourism stuff is I just think that we need to really settle on a certain type of brand and go all in on that brand. Like, for example, like if you're from Augusta, Georgia, you know, and you're on the Chamber of Commerce, you're not going to spend a lot of money advertising volleyball. You're probably going to stick to golf. So, like with us, like I think of sports fishing, I think of certain things that really give us a brand. Like a strong brand. I get like there's been this gentle, like we're all about wellness and health and all that. And guess what? Everybody is. So like I just really want to go all in on a couple things. I'll vote for this today, but going forward, I think that Lake County really needs to make a decision if we're going to spend money on tourism and advertising to try to get more ROI. I think we really need to choose. For me, it would be, you know, an embrace of nature, pure nature, like things that are focused totally on our very, very unique natural assets, which are totally dissimilar from almost every county in the state. And I would just go all in on that, you know. And again, I'm not saying this is bad. It's just everything's a trade-off. Everything's a trade-off. You know that. Every dollar that you give the U.S. Track and Field Association is a dollar that the bass fishing, you know, Tim Frederick's bass fishing, or College World Series of bass fishing, or, you know, Trails Parks, you know, taking advantage of our waterways and ridge line and all that. For me, it's just that's the toughest part. But, you know, you guys did vet it, and obviously I know we've dabbled with this theme a little bit, so I'll support it. But I'm just, you know, that's really my focus is I think we should just go all in on one or two things, not versus like an array of things that are generally positive, but not pure to the spirit of Lake County.
You might want to speak to that.
Yeah, I certainly appreciate that. We hold more bass tournaments here in Lake County than anywhere in the state. We hold 20 or 30 bass tournaments a year. Major League Bass Fishing is we are a big supporter of Major League Bass Fishing, as well as we do triathlons here at Lake Louisa Park. So we're utilizing our trails. We're trying to create not just a specific, but an active tourism destination is what we're trying to go after. If it's outside and it has to do with body movement, come to Lake County and enjoy it. That's what we're trying to get toward. And I believe that we are making very good progress on that. And I would encourage, I don't know if Melanie, can other commissioners come in the audience during these TDC meetings if it's going to be voted on here on the board?
Absolutely.
Okay, so I would encourage any of the commissioners who would like to see how the TDC is ran and the things that we do through Orlando Sports Commission or Mega Media or Madden Media, come down and listen because it's very, a lot of thoughts put in it. We have a lot of professionals on the board that are concerned and take Lake County to heart, and they're looking at every dollar and making sure that we do get that return on investment on anything that we spend, and nothing comes to the board without, nothing comes to this board without scrutiny from the TDC board. There's been several times where I have said there's no way that we can bring this to our BCC board because it's not good enough, and it goes back, gets revamped, and comes back to us, and this is one of the cases here to where we had negotiated. A lot of work had gone into this, and I appreciate you recognizing that, but we're also looking at agritourism as well. How do you market agritourism? So there's a lot of things going on that Lake County has to offer that no one else can offer, and we are starting to hit all those. This is just one piece of the puzzle.
Yeah, I mean, my only point is simply I would use the dollars to go heavier in 2 or 3 areas. Like, we have 30 bass tournaments, let's make it 60. Let's become the Mecca. Let's go all in on 2 or 3.
Then I would ask Meg Brew to get you all the numbers that we spend on bass fishing because it's significant.
Yeah.
Significant. And with that, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
I'll second. I just have a little discussion.
Okay,
Chair.
Commissioner.
So I appreciate Commissioner Sabatini's comments about further promoting our natural assets, so thank you for that. Just a real quick question, you may have mentioned it, but the vetting process I know is pretty intense. I assume that included vetting this against the master plan that we spent a lot of time on, and
Absolutely.
so you always, that's like the big question is, does this fit within the master plan that,
Yeah, that the Parks and Trails have done, yes.
all right, and you have all that. Well, yeah, not the Parks and Trails, but the actual.
The strategic plan, I think you mean.
Strategic plan is what I mean, I'm
Or
sorry.
Discover.
Yes.
All right, so those are questions that you actually asked in your meetings?
Absolutely.
Okay, all right.
Right, and a great discussion. And I know when we workshop tourism every year and we get a presentation from, our professionals on this, it gives us a great time to kind of look at the proportion of how we're spending funds. And I do appreciate the idea of, just having that one brand. But I also think that in our county, we have so much to offer that we are doing a really great job of having, multiple opportunities that still stay within that umbrella, that brand of Real Florida, Real Close. And sports is, historically in Lake County, sports is a huge, it's a huge generator, not just for our young people and what they're doing and their opportunities, but bringing people here to train. And the National Training Center has been a key part of that for many, many years. So they sort of started that foundation and we built upon it. And I would just, I see the Olympics as an opportunity for us to highlight the facilities that we have here in Lake County, the great weather, the opportunities for ongoing training in Lake County that will only further bolster our own young people that are training and our athletes. So anyway, we have a motion, we have a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Moving then to the next item. I believe that was Commissioner
Yes, that
Parks.
was me, tab 24. I wanted to pull this one because, one, it's a significant amount of money. It's also a big road project in South Lake County. So I don't know if you could just, Jennifer, if you want to give just a quick explanation or maybe just overall what's going on. I know that this is North Hancock Road widening. This number is 7.7 million. It actually could have been, just so the public knows, maybe this is more, I'm pulling it just for information, but I'm correct, and could be a lot more. We had already had the right-of-way that was dedicated, so there's no right-of-way cost in this.
Right.
And-
So this
yeah.
is for the actual construction of the widening for Hancock. This is from the Turnpike to 561A area, if I'm correct. I think so. So this also includes not only the widening, but it also includes turn lanes and traffic signals. So what we have started doing in recent 6 to 8 months is working with developers to have them go ahead and construct the widening or the turn signals or whatever traffic improvements we need on the county road for two reasons. One, they're already mobilized, they're out there. They can usually do it cheaper and quicker than the county can do it. And then in exchange, we offer impact fee credits, transportation impact fee credits, or cash repayment for their work. So if the county, this is about $7.7 million for these improvements that I just described. If the county was going to do this on their own, there's an estimate of anywhere to $8.5 to $12 million for these improvements, these same improvements.
That's why I wanted it pulled, because we have talked about the board, and we know our road issues, and one of the things we're focusing on is reducing cost of building roads. So I just thought this would be worth celebrating. Nobody talks about that. It's not an exciting thing, but there you go. We just saved $1.5 million or more trying to build a road. So, and I appreciate that. It's something we brought up at a meeting, one of our workshops, 6 or 9 months ago, to look for these kinds of ways to reduce cost. And there you have it. It's being done.
So it actually comes out, can I just point out,
Yeah.
$4,267,000 given to the developer as impact fee credits based on their impact fees that are owed, and then $3,500,000 to be paid by the developer in cash from the South Lake district impact fees. So, I mean, this is an example. People say, oh, well, developers should be paying their way. Well, here's an example. They're building the road, they're using their impact fee money, and they're putting in additional funds.
And they're doing it cheaper because
And they're
they're
doing it cheaper.
mobilized and they do it, our system, if we can do this more, we'll have a lot more of these things on the agenda items in the years to come. And we'll be able to talk about how many millions of dollars are being saved on roads, because it's really expensive. What is it, $10 million a mile now?
So to widen, the current DOT rates to widen a 2-lane road to a 4-lane road is about $5.7 million per mile.
Okay.
Per mile.
So, yeah.
Okay, I have a question since you raised this, you brought this up for attention. When you get to 561A and you're moving on then going towards 27, the intersection there is basically not a turn lane to go north onto 27. Does that make sense? Let's say you're going back today and you're going to take 561.
So 561.
561, right. You've gone past the intersection where the overpass is, and then you get up to 27. There's really not a turn lane for northbound traffic. And so what I've noticed is it stacks, and then if the northbound traffic could just be able to go northbound, you could have the southbound traffic able to then move up, but it's stacking all the way back to like the overpass. And I just thought, since we're talking about this, is this something that we could look at in conjunction with the work that's being done out there, and whether there's a possibility? I mean, it's just.
Turn lanes are one of my favorite topics this year.
There you go.
There's areas that need turn lanes, and that's an easy win for us and the public, because it does reduce the traffic. They're still expensive, but.
We can certainly take a look at that.
Okay.
I know the intersection you're speaking of.
Yeah, it's just one of those instances, if you could just move traffic into two separate lanes, you could then probably reduce the time that someone's sitting there, maybe 1 or 2 cycles, they would be able to actually go south or north. So,
So Commissioner Parks is turn lanes, and I'm center lane striping. So
there you go.
You're striping, and you like roundabouts, too.
I do like roundabouts.
Yeah.
All right.
Approve.
We have a
Second.
Second by Commissioner Parks, first by Morris. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that passes 5-0. Moving along with the agenda then, we are at our annexation report. Mr. Fitzgerald with Planning and Zoning, our director.
I'm not seeing the controller for the. Thank you. I'm just trying to make an entrance.
You did a great job.
Thank you, Chairman. Commissioners, good morning. For the record, Mike Fitzgerald. I'm the Office of Planning and Zoning Director. I have 3 annexation reports for you this morning, beginning with Fruitland Park. This is 14.86 acres. The location is south of Myrtle Lake Avenue, west of County Road 468. Current Lake County zoning is R1 and RP, that's rural residential and residential professional. The proposed city zoning is planned unit development. Current Lake County future land use is urban medium density. Proposed city FLU is Fruitland Park multifamily low density. This is a voluntary annexation, and the applicant is proposing the development of 22 duplexes totaling 44 dwelling units. And there are 2 existing units on the property now, so the total will be 46. This has been routed to county staff for review. Lake County Public Works has mentioned that an additional right-of-way dedication along Myrtle Lake Avenue will be required. Construction of a sidewalk along the road frontage of Myrtle Lake Avenue will be required as well. A traffic impact analysis will be required to be submitted when they begin construction, if it's approved. They recommend to have internal pedestrian and bicycle connectivity through the development and to County Road 468. And the stormwater management, Lake County Public Works will require Lake County stormwater design standards on ponds that outfall or affect surrounding unincorporated lands onto county roads. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions regarding this annexation.
Commissioner Morris?
To me, it looks like it's infill.
It looks like it's,
Fruitland Park's on one side. All the comments by staff I agree with. I just think we need to monitor it. But as far as writing a letter, I don't have an issue with this one.
it looks like on the chart that you put up before that it's actually a reduction from the county land use.
Yep.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, any more?
Okay, moving on. This is also Fruitland Park. This is 95.3 acres. The location is north of County Road 466A, west of Micro Racetrack Road. Currently, county zoning is agriculture. Proposed city zoning is planned unit development. Currently, county flu is rural. Proposed city flu is Fruitland Park multifamily low density. The application is proposing the development of single-family residential subdivision with a total of 344 units at a density of 3.61 units per 1 net acre to be developed in 3 phases. An annexation request for the same parcels was previously reviewed by county staff and presented to the Board of County Commissioners on November 4th, 2025. The County Commissioners drafted an objection letter dated December 8th, 2025, and that was sent to the City of Fruitland Park. The City of Fruitland Park clarified that the first annexation request proposed a density of 4.3 units per acre, and that request was denied. The land developer subsequently made changes to their concept plan to decrease the density and submitted a new annexation request. I believe we have a conceptual plan. Apparently not. I'm happy to answer any questions. This has already come before the board with an objection letter sent to Fruitland Park.
Can you go back to go to the next slide? There at least showed the aerial, okay. So is that parcel 1288053 a way to get over to the Micro Racetrack Road? So they have 2 entrances, is that what the plan is?
Yes, ma'am.
And then the other one is access to 466A?
Yeah, I know the concern was Micro Racetrack Road. Have you seen anything that they've done other than the number of homes reduced?
No, sir.
Is this in a transitional zone or just a straight ag zoning?
Rural, right?
This is
Rural.
This is in a rural area, current zoning agriculture. But as you can see from the hash mark, it is abutting Fruitland Park, and then to the west is the villages.
I would support a letter.
I would too, and I've talked to the mayor. In fact, when we were up this week, or last week, on the 466A PD&E study, spoke with the mayor, and of course, what they're asking for and what they get are 2 different things, but I would go ahead and write a letter of opposition, and I'll be happy to take it up.
Strongly worded letter of opposition.
Yes.
So we have our last letter, so maybe your starting point is there.
Right.
And issues remain about just taking rural land off of the county land use map, as well as transportation problems.
Right.
It's a
I
terrible.
think transportation is the, and that's what we heard with the PD&E study, was the transportation there is, where do you put the lights? Do you put a roundabout in? There's all kinds of issues there, and this is just going to compound it.
And Micro Racetrack Road, just that, it's a small road.
Terrible, terrible idea, and I would move we do a strongly worded letter of opposition with at least 1 curse word in the letter.
Since it's in my district, can you not do that?
I'll amend the motion.
All right, we have a motion, we have a second. Do we have a second?
Yeah, second.
All right, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that passes 5-0.
I can't say.
Next one?
One more. This is in the city of Groveland. This is 6.24 acres south of Republic Drive, east of Democracy Street. Currently, county zoning is light industrial. Proposed city zoning is City of Groveland light industrial. The applicant is proposing development of 5,000 square feet of office space, 95,000 square feet of warehouse space, and 42 parking spaces. Industrial to industrial.
That looks like the kind of thing that's supposed to be right there.
Yeah, it's,
Yes, ma'am.
that's in the Commerce Park, so.
It's in the Commerce Park, it's in a strategic corridor that's targeted for industrial, light industrial, warehousing, distribution, manufacturing, so I don't see any objection coming from the board. All right, any more?
That's it.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
thank you. All right, well, moving on then to tab 29, Melanie Marsh, County Attorney. This is with regard to a Second Amendment to the joint planning agreement between the City of Groveland and Lake County.
Okay, so there's no ordinance with this one. If you recall, in May of last year, the board approved the joint planning agreement with the city of Groveland. At that time, there was a provision in there that we had to come to terms on a road transfer agreement within the first 6 months, or the agreement would become null and void. You extended it before that 6 month expired because both the county staff and city staff were working on that agreement, but hadn't come to something that we could bring forward yet. So we are still working on an agreement. We hope to have some final documents to the city council, but in the meantime, because we're now in May, we are asking for an additional 6 month extension to December 31st of 26 for the overall JPA.
Move to approve.
Oh, yeah, okay. No, I'm just was going to say, they're getting close. We're getting close on some roads, so I think there was some real good progress at the last meeting, so thank you.
So is it just the roads that we can't agree on?
Yeah, there's still, you know, it's a detailed list of roads, but it's going through some of those, and it just wasn't, it moved really slow, and not pointing fingers at anybody, but it was just slow progress on identifying those, and we had to have some, you know, sort of intense meetings to go through road by road, and it's getting there. We're getting close on that.
So can I ask a question?
And I appreciate Melanie. She was been extremely patient on this one. You were.
No
Appreciate you.
cuss words, Commissioner Sabatini.
Yeah. Yeah.
Commissioner Hart's question, though, I know, you know, when we do these agreements, and we had a great meeting yesterday with the cities, and we're trying to get down into the details, but when we're looking at these roads and road transfers, it feels like we're mainly looking at who's going to maintain it, who's going to take the road, and are we, and this kind of goes along the lines of what we talked about yesterday with funding agreements, road funding. Shouldn't we also be having those discussions about what improvements are needed within those areas, and to what extent that we could actually come up with, you know, funding agreements on the front end, or identify what we would expect them, when they're working with developers inside their jurisdiction, what we would expect them to be requiring as part of an approval?
It's a great question. I mean, because these are existing roads.
So that is one of the reasons why this has taken a little bit longer. There are 2 specific roads that the county has offered funding for improvements that aren't necessarily needed right now, but might be needed down the road. So those are things that Groveland's been taking into consideration, but we've had really in-depth, comprehensive conversations about several of the roads in that Groveland area, which again is why we're taking a little bit more time to do this document.
Yeah, and there's a model for that, and I know in Wellness Way, road funding agreements are in place. Maybe Wolf Branch, I'm not sure to the fullest extent, but other places.
It's been kind of piecemeal.
Yeah, but so we're taking the similar tact with Groveland on that, yeah.
Okay, all right, very good. All right, then moving along, that would bring us to tab 30, and I would just ask that tab 30.
We need a final vote on it.
Sorry about that.
There's a motion second, right?
The motion was made and seconded, yeah.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes 5-0. Next one would be tab 30. Let's do 31 and 32, which are pretty straightforward, so then we can come back to 30 and not feel
Okay.
rushed. 31, I'll call on Melanie Marsh, County Attorney.
Okay, so this will be an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Lake County, Florida, repealing Chapter 6.5 Lake County Code entitled Cable Communications, amending Chapter 18, Section 18-3 Lake County Code entitled Right-of-Way Utilization Permit, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the code, providing for filing with Department of State, and providing for an effective date. We are asking to repeal this section because it is tied in with the following ordinance, which is the HOA affidavit. Based on your policy of whenever you adopt a new ordinance, you should repeal an old ordinance. So these two are kind of tied together.
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that passes 5-0. Then moving then to the tab 32 with regard to homeowner association compliance affidavit in conjunction with zoning permit applications.
Okay, this will be an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Lake County, Florida, amending 141402 Lake County Code, Appendix Z, Land Development Regulations entitled Zoning Permits to require the submission of an affidavit confirming compliance with mandatory HOA or other restrictive covenants with each zoning permit application, providing for inclusion in the code, providing for filing Department of State, and providing for an effective date. If you choose to approve this today, become ordinance 2026-23.
All right, do we have a,
Yeah, I think this is extremely important, and I believe you're the one that brought it up. Would you like to pass the gavel and make the motion, and I'll second?
sure. All right, I'll make the motion for approval.
Do I hear a
Second.
second?
Did we have public comment?
And we do need to open it up for public comment.
open
Thank you, attorney, for that.
Public comment.
Public comment on this homeowners association compliance ordinance. Anyone online? Okay, now I have Pascal.
All right, now you pass it.
All right, and technically I made the motion, I'll make the motion again.
Second.
All those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Well, we're in discussion, right? So,
Discussion, yeah.
just so people, the citizens of Lake County know, if you're in an HOA or coming into an HOA, you have to sign something that says, hey, yeah, you're part of this HOA, so.
Right, and then you're bringing in your application for a permit, you've got to verify that you've done what you're required to do
Right.
under the rules, so you don't get into a situation where you get your permit and then everybody in your neighborhood saying, hey, you didn't comply with our rules. You actually have to say you've done what you're supposed to do in order to comply with your HOA, so it keeps everybody hopefully out of court.
And
So,
And
Madam
I-
Chairman, sorry, Commissioner Parks, just to clarify, there was a couple of minor changes from the Planning and Zoning Board, so we would like to incorporate those as well into the motion.
all right, so
Does your
there's-
motion include that?
yeah, my motion included those changes that we made.
Second does it.
And I will also say that I think it's a great ordinance because there's becoming a big problem, with that gap between county permitting and HOAs all over the place. So, great job. Anything else? All those in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Opposed? There are none. That passes unanimously. I'll pass the gavel back to the chair.
Okay, all right, so it's almost 10:25. I would just ask that we take a 5-minute break. Let's start back up at 10:30 because we're going to be talking about this one for a little while, and I just feel like we should just do a quick break, so that gives us about 7 minutes, and then we'll reconvene at 10:30. We're going to proceed with tab 30, and this is a consideration of an ordinance with regard to the Bill of Rights. I do want to make a couple comments, just because I had many discussions for many, many months. I feel like it's been many years, actually, and maybe it has been. But I did want to make a couple comments right off the bat because of feedback that I have received, and this is somewhat of a complicated issue. It seems simple in some regards, and then in other regards, it's quite complicated. But here are the comments that I wanted to make, just going into the discussion. I think there's some confusion over the word sanctuary in this proposed ordinance. And I personally like the idea of removing the word sanctuary because of that confusion and the negative connotations that have occurred over the last several years about the word sanctuary. To be clear, I am not in favor of anything that suggests ignoring the rule of law is acceptable. Here is where the word came from, though, in this context of the Bill of Rights. The concept of stating that law-abiding citizens have a sanctuary with regard to the Bill of Rights was first adopted by Collier County in Florida in response to COVID mandates that did not comport with individual freedoms. The concept is rooted in recognition of the Bill of Rights as a document that recognizes our inalienable individual rights and our rights as Americans. This is not a situation of ignoring duly adopted laws by the proper branch of government. It is a recognition of the exercise of our individual rights. Concern has resurfaced, in my mind, with the most recent virus that could once again be used to force mandates on local governments and on individuals. And the question then comes up is, do we have local officials here in Lake County that would stand up for individual rights established by our Constitution, or would they enforce oppressive mandates should that situation arise? At the end of the day, the sheriff has local prosecutorial authority already. That's how the law is today. He is the chief law enforcement officer in Lake County, as our sheriffs are throughout the state. And they make a legal judgment as they uphold their oath to the U.S. and the Florida Constitution. Therefore, one could argue that an ordinance such as this is superfluous. It's not needed. Or they could argue that it further protects our rights and each of our individual rights as stated in the Constitution, or they could argue it comes down to who are your local officials and are they going to stand up for your constitutional rights, whether there's an ordinance like this or not. The proposal that's being discussed today was never intended to be used as a mechanism to ignore the rule of law in situations where the law is clear as to which branch or level of government has sufficient authority to impose regulations. So I feel like all of this will be discussed and hashed out today, and that's the purpose of having a public hearing when we consider adopting an ordinance. And I will say that as kind of a constitutional law geek, I think it's pretty exciting that we're even having a discussion about the Constitution and the Bill of Rights at a Board of County Commissioners meeting. And for that, I think it's a valuable exercise no matter what comes of this. And it could be that we have ongoing discussions about how we make sure that we as Americans have our rights protected and our local governments look out for those rights. I can tell you that I was the chairman several years back when COVID happened. And as a county, we kept our county open and free. We kept our parks open. We kept our waterways open. And we never imposed a mandate with regard to masks. So you have officials already in this county that are strong proponents of protecting the rights of citizens and our rights under the U.S. Constitution and the Florida Constitution. So I just wanted to make that statement going into it, and this is going to be a little bit different hearing because, and I'm going to get to the attorney in just a second because she'll read the ordinance as it's proposed. And that's not to say that there can't be changes as a result of whatever motion ultimately comes out of this discussion. But it is going to be a little different how I'm going to be able to deal with the number of cards we have. We may have some folks that are willing to just say, I put a card in, but I just want to say I'm support, or I put a card in and I want to say I'm against, or something like that, so that we can then allow as much information and discussion to be out there for us all to take into consideration. So I'll defer to the county attorney now to do what she needs to do.
This will be an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Lake County, Florida, creating Section 2-6 Lake County Code to be entitled Bill of Rights Sanctuary County, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the code, providing for filing Department of State, and providing for an effective date. The board approved this for advertising on April 28th. At the April 28th meeting, there was an interested party that handed additional requested changes. So in the ordinance that you have in front of you, the blue text are the additional changes that the interested party had requested after you approved for advertising. What's in red is what you approved for advertising. If you choose to approve this today, it'll become ordinance 2026-21, and you can accept or reject or make additional changes as you feel necessary.
Okay. All right. So now to the housekeeping side of it. Ordinarily, what we do is we allow folks that put cards in to come up and have 3 minutes to speak. I do have a party that has a video that they would like to show that video. I also, like I said before, I think I have cards of people that put their cards in, but they're okay just saying they're in support or not in support. So what I'll do is when I get to the card, and I read your name, you can tell me, you can come up and speak if you wish to speak, and if you just want to, just affirm what your position is, then you can do that as well. I am going to allow some additional time for one of the speakers, so what I need to do is allow you, anyone who also wants that additional time, I will have to give you the same amount of time. I just don't want you to think that because you have additional time available, that you have to use it. Okay, and that way we make sure we get everything out on the table, and it's an important issue, and I just hope that everybody just kind of sits back and just looks at this as a good opportunity to have a great informative discussion and to hear all sides. Okay, so I'm going to just start down the cards here. Chuck, wait, let me decide whether I want to do the video first. Okay, yes, I'm going to do the video first, and that is Mr. Carlin's, right? Or is that Bill?
No, it's his video.
Yes, please come up so we can get everything on the record.
Well, the way that...
Say your name for the record real quick.
My name's Rick Carlins, Fruitland Park, Lake County resident. And I'm here, I've spoken with all you commissioners to bring this forth on the agenda. But the way that I had this in mind was I'll just have maybe a 3.5-minute opening remark, and then I would introduce the videos. They're going to take maybe 5.5 to 6 minutes max. And then I was going to introduce the subject matter expert, Bill Mitchell, and I would like to give him access to the most time, as possible, since it's only going to take me 4, and then 5 for the 5.5
Okay,
or so
all
for
right,
the
so
video.
let me just do this in all fairness. Anyone who is here who is against any version of this or any part of what's being discussed today, who wants to speak first, I want to give you that opportunity. Otherwise, would you prefer to wait and hear all of the information and then use your time? So just take that into consideration. If you're here against, and I just want to give you that opportunity. If you want to go first, to go first. Otherwise, I will assure that you have sufficient time, the same amount of time that was awarded at the beginning of this presentation. Okay. All right. So, Mr. Carlins, are you ready to proceed then?
Yes, and again, my name's Rick Carlins, and I want to thank you, Chairman and Commissioners, for this opportunity to discuss this ordinance today. And I come before you not to ask for something new or extraordinary, but to ask you to exercise the authority that you already have, and to do so in a way that strengthens both your role and the protection of the citizens that you serve. At its core, the Bill of Rights county ordinance is about clarity, duty, and preparedness. It recognizes three simple truths. First, that all political power is inherent in the people, and the government exists to secure their rights. Second, that you, as county commissioners, possess lawful home rule authority to act in the interest of your citizens' health, safety, and welfare. And third, that the sheriff, an independent constitutional officer, has sworn an oath to defend those rights, often in situations where guidance and support from county policy are critical. This ordinance does not create conflict with higher authority. It does not nullify any federal law. Instead, it operates squarely within the established constitutional principles, particularly the anti-commandeering doctrine, which affirms that local governments cannot be forced to use their resources to enforce actions that violate constitutional rights. What this ordinance does is provide clarity before a crisis arises. It ensures that county resources are not used in ways that violate constitutional rights, and that the sheriff has clear policy support when difficult decisions must be made, and citizens have a structured, lawful pathway to raise concerns. And the Lake County has a mechanism to review, respond, and act when rights are at risk. Most importantly, the strongest version of this ordinance recognizes a principle deeply rooted in our constitutional system, that government closest to the people has a duty to stand between its citizens and unconstitutional actions. This is known as interposition. It's not an act of defiance, but it's lawful responsibility carried out through policy coordination and, when necessary, the courts. And this version does that responsibly. It does not rely on rhetoric. It does not create unnecessary legal risk. Instead, it creates a clear framework for action, a constitutional compliance committee for oversight, and a measured system of accountability and due process. In short, it transforms constitutional principles into operational governance. This is not about politics. It's about your oath, your authority, and your responsibility to the people of Lake County. The question before you is not whether rights matter. We all agree they do. The question is whether the county will have a clear, lawful framework in place before those rights are tested. We respectfully ask that you adopt the strongest version of this ordinance, one that not only declares your commitment, but it also equips you to do so. Okay, so what I'd like to do at this, the videos? Okay, what I'd like to do at this point is I have 3 videos that will not exceed 6 minutes, and the first speaker is going to be Ann Vandersteel. She's well-recognized online conservative. Alex Newman, he's an award-winning international journalist. And third, and I think most important because of the experience he has with this ordinance, is Commissioner Chris Hall, and he is the chairman in Collier County, and they've had this in place since 2023. So we could start with the first of the 3 videos and just roll right through each of them.
Okay, all right.
Good day, Commissioners. My name is Ann Vandersteel, and I'm here today as a concerned citizen who believes deeply in the foundational principles that built this nation. Principles that begin not with government, but with God-given rights. I urge you to consider adopting a Bill of Rights sanctuary designation for Lake County, similar to what Collier County has done, not as a political statement, but as a constitutional reaffirmation. The Bill of Rights is not a suggestion. It is not conditional. It is a binding recognition that our rights, freedom of speech, religion, due process, and the right to keep and bear arms do not come from the government. They come from our Creator. Government's role is to protect those rights, not reinterpret or restrict them based on shifting political winds. Across this country, we've seen increasing encroachments on these liberties, whether it's limitations on speech, mandates that override personal medical decisions, or policies that challenge parental authority. Many Americans feel that the balance between government power and individual liberty is tipping in the wrong direction. By declaring Lake County a Bill of Rights sanctuary, you are not nullifying law. You are prioritizing the highest law of the land. You are sending a clear message that this county will stand firmly in defense of its citizens' constitutional protections. Collier County recognized that local governments have both the authority and the duty to act as a buffer between their citizens and political overreach. Lake County has that same opportunity to lead with courage and clarity. This designation would also strengthen trust between the people and their local government. It tells the residents that their commissioners are not only administrators, but guardians of liberty, willing to stand when it matters most. This is not about partisanship, it's about principle. It's about preserving the freedoms that generations before us fought and died to secure, and ensuring that those same freedoms are still intact for our children and grandchildren. I ask you today, be proactive, not reactive. Stand for the Constitution, stand for your constituents, stand for the rights that make us free. Thank you for your time.
All right, so the second one. Oh, we don't have sound. All right. We lost our audio. We're going to let IT work a little. It's just not coming out. All right, let's see if we can go to the.
Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, Commissioners there in Lake County. This is Chris Hall with Collier County Commissioner, District 2. Just want to take a minute and encourage you to go forward with your Bill of Rights ordinance and give your sheriff the local teeth that he needs to enforce constitutional law. The truth is this: nothing changes with this ordinance unless something changes. Thankfully, we have an administration where I don't think we're going to have to worry about that. But I can remember not too long ago, we had an administration where this is definitely why we passed this ordinance. There again, just want to encourage you. We've had nothing but great success from it here in Collier County. There's nothing to worry about. Nothing changes unless something changes. Thank you for the time, and good luck with it.
All right. And unfortunately, the second one, it didn't look like the audio loaded.
That gives more time for Bill.
All right, so.
And what I'd like to do at this time is introduce my subject matter expert, Bill Mitchell, and he is the Constitutional Sheriff and Peace Officer Association Director for the state of Florida. And he's going to go over some comparisons between the versions of the ordinance that we have.
Okay. All right, and if we could just log the amount of time so that we know that if someone else wants that additional time, they can.
I understand I can put something up here and it can be projected up?
Yes, right there where that green area is.
I probably watched people do that last time I was here, but I was hoping. So where do you need me to have that? Like right? Where the access? There? That put it? Pretty close. Okay. Well, first of all, I want to thank you for allowing me to come and speak with you. My name is Bill Mitchell, and as Rick said, I'm the Florida Director for the Constitutional Sheriffs and Peace Officers Association. I speak all over Florida as well as in various states around the nation. And I want to, first of all, compliment you as Lake County. You are one of my favorite counties to come to. I have to tell you that the excellence that you project in terms of the things that you pursue and the heartfelt want to steward this county in a responsible way. So, and I think it was probably best shown by the conversation I had with your sheriff. We were talking, and Rick and I presented the ordinance to him, and he says, Bill, you know, I kind of keep things simple. He says, our rights come from God, and I swore an oath to protect them, and if this ordinance helps with that, well, by God, I'm all for it. So, and that seems to be the attitude that I keep having over and over with the people that I meet from Collier County, is that they, or not Collier County, but for Lake County, is that they are really trying to do the right thing for their people constitutionally and protect them. Because that's not because it's a political duty, because it's a sacred duty that they have with the oath that they took. So thank you so much for the job you're doing. So, let's see. So I was supposed to dance really fast, so I don't want to cover a lot of things that folks have already talked about. But primarily, the ordinance before you isn't really about a policy choice. It's a decision about how Lake County will fulfill the constitutional duty to its citizens when it matters most. At the core of this decision is about three fundamental responsibilities: protecting the rights of your citizens, providing clarity and support for your sheriff and county officials, and ensuring Lake County is prepared before, not after, a constitutional conflict arises. Each of the versions of the ordinance that you're going to be considering and reflects a different level of commitment to those responsibilities. Some versions are symbolic, some are functional but limited. One is fully operational, enforceable, and sustainable. And a lot of that comes out of Madam Chairwoman, it came out of the conversation that we had. You asked about, well, what about, code enforcement officers? And what about, you asked some very great questions. And actually, the questions went beyond the Collier County ordinance. And that's what became what we call the enhanced Lake County version of this, because it took all of the Collier County elements that have proven to be very successful in Collier County, but added some pieces to it that make it, in my opinion, bulletproof and becomes a national leadership model for showing other counties the way to do the same thing for their citizens. So, going forward, we've already talked about a little bit about the Bill of Rights Sanctuary County Ordinance is a lawful exercise of county's authority under the 10th Amendment anti-commandeering doctrine, such as Prince versus United States, Murphy versus NCAA, Florida Home Rule, and it's designed to protect citizens from unconstitutional government actions, provide clear legal footing for the county officials and the sheriffs, prevent misuse of county resources, and ensure preparedness before a crisis occurs. So one of the things that's important to understand about this before we get started is to know some of the key definitions and background of how the ordinances were developed. So to fully understand why the 5 ordinance models are before you today, it's important to understand the process that led to their development. The first ordinance of its kind was created in Collier County. It was in response to the unprecedented government overreach that occurred during 2020 COVID crisis, when many Americans believed their constitutional rights, including protections found in the 1st, 5th, 9th, 10th, and 14th Amendments, were ignored or violated. During that same period, many counties across Florida and the nation passed constitutional resolutions modeled after the early Second Amendment sanctuary efforts, very similar to what was done here in Lake County, in an effort to basically support the constitutional rights that they suffered from to support their constitutional rights. But these things suffered from one major weakness. They were a resolution, and they were largely symbolic. Resolutions carry no binding enforcement authority and provide no meaningful accountability for violations. So a lot of people say, well, why don't you just do a resolution? It's like, well, it has no teeth. There's no ability to enforce that resolution. So let's start talking about what Collier County sought to do. They wanted to go further. They recognized the need for real constitutional protections at a local level. County leaders worked with Constitutional Legal Counsel to develop an enforceable ordinance designed to establish clear mechanisms for constitutional enforcement, oversight, and accountability. The ordinance was first adopted as a resolution and later enacted as a county ordinance in 2023, giving it substantially greater legal effect and practical application. As a result of the Collier County model has become one of the most recognized and influential constitutional county ordinances in the nation, serving as a framework for counties seeking stronger local protections for individual liberty and constitutional governments. When we approached Lake County Commissioners with the recommendation that the Lake County adopt a similar ordinance, the goal was straightforward: to strengthen the county's ability to locally uphold constitutional protection and support the sheriff in fulfilling his constitutional responsibilities. The Collier County ordinance was provided to the county attorney to review and adapt into a version that Lake County could potentially adopt. This became what we now refer to as the original Lake County ordinance. You'll see that on the slide that shows up in the first column. So after reviewing that draft, we conducted a comprehensive side-by-side evaluation comparing the original Collier County model. During that process, additional improvements, legal refinements, and structural enhancements were identified, ultimately resulting in 4 separate ordinance models for comparison. To properly evaluate the strengths and weaknesses of each of these ordinances, we analyzed them using 9 key factors. The factors are, first is immediate action allowed. That's whether the ordinance allows the county officials or the sheriff to respond quickly to alleged unconstitutional actions without waiting for a lengthy court proceeding. 2, sheriff's authority strengthened. To the degree which the ordinance supports and clarifies the sheriff's constitutional role and enforcement discretion. 3, citizen access. How easily do citizens may file complaints, petitions, government trigger, review, or participate in the accountability process. 3, enforcement mechanism. Whether the ordinance contains enforceable tools such as prohibitions, penalties, review processes, or corrective actions. Legal risk. The likelihood the ordinance could face successful legal challenge based upon constitutional or statutory concerns. Oversight structure. Whether the ordinance creates a formal body or process to review constitutional concerns and government actions. 7, accountability system. Whether the ordinance establishes consequences, training requirements, penalties, or corrective measures for violations. Interposition doctrine. Whether the ordinance explicitly recognizes the county's constitutional duty to lawfully stand between citizens and unconstitutional government overreach. 9, long-term sustainability. How practical, enforceable, durable, and politically sustainable is the ordinance over time? So, with all of that, what I'm going to do is sort of I'm going to give you sort of a really brief analysis of what you're looking at before you, okay? So what you're looking at in the first column, you're going to see the original draft, and you're going to see on each of those items, you're going to see that most of them have a red X in them, which means that they don't really address that issue well, okay? And so when you look at the first 2 ordinances, you see that there's certain things that they're looking at. So for instance, when you look at the first 2 ordinances, they're basically legally cautious, structured judicial process, strong constitutional findings. However, they require prior court rulings. They restrict citizens' participation. There's really no enforcement system and no accountability structure for the most part. So they're primarily symbolic, very much like a resolution would be, rather than actually bringing forward processes that would actually help structure the county's response to any type of unconstitutional action, either by the state or federal governments. So, if we look at what we did is as a result of the 2 versions actually it was a result of the first version, we submitted a strengthened version to the county saying, okay, these are some ways that you could strengthen this particular document. Now, the strengthened version that we put forth still has some issues with it, but it does address some of the problems that the original documents had. So what it first is, it allows for good faith constitutional analysis, which means that the county itself is still in a position where they're not necessarily going to a court system and saying, gosh, we need to get your approval from the state or federal court. They're saying that what you can do is on an analysis of the county commission, they can determine, does this appear to be or not to be something that's constitutional? Because you've got a county attorney, you have different folks that could help advise you with that. And this is pretty much the model that Collier County came up with. They didn't put a specific entity in place like a constitutional compliance committee. They simply said, okay, well, the folks at the county commission are going to handle determining that and enact ordinances based on that, which is what Collier County did when they said, okay, we've passed our constitutional county ordinance, but we now have to deal with healthcare concerns. And so they said, well, let's pass another ordinance based on this one, saying we are now going to support people's Fourth Amendment rights to their healthcare and to have choice and to be able to not have to submit to various types of medical procedures or wearing masks or different things that appear to be a violation of their Fourth Amendment rights. And that's how during COVID, that the Collier County area had no problems. Very much like what you did, but you did it without the ordinance and you did it without necessarily that, because again, like I said, I admire your county, because when we first came to talk to you, it was like, well, you know, we had a pretty good run at COVID. That was like awesome. You're one of those great counties that did it right during COVID, but I can't tell you the number that didn't. So this helps process in place. But again, the problem, again, with it, it's limited with enforcement tools. It doesn't have necessarily an oversight committee. It has limited accountability system. And the bottom line, it's balanced and functional, but it's incomplete. Okay, that's the third one that you're seeing here in the third column. Now, when you go to the Collier County model, the first thing you need to know about the Collier County model is that for the last 3 years, it has had no legal challenges. They have had no problems utilizing this. And as you heard Chris Hall talk about that, it's been going really well with that ordinance without the enhancement that we're talking about, possibly having Lake County do, which would truly make it a complete ordinance with all the pieces in place that you really need to have. So when you look at the strengths of the Collier County model, it's a strong enforcement language. It includes penalties. It has a strong assertion of local authority. The weakness is that it uses legally aggressive language like null and void language rather than interposition. It has greater legal exposure because of that, and there's no formal oversight or due process system. It's implied, not specifically outlined. So there still becomes some issue of, okay, how are we ensuring due process with that? Which is, again, Madam Chairwoman, that was a lot of the concerns you brought up about, well, how do we deal with code enforcement and some other things? What's the process that we have to do for all of that? So when you look at the enhanced ordinance, which is the last one, which is the strongest one that we're recommending that you pass because it is a complete ordinance and does have all the pieces in place. What you're looking at is that in that ordinance, it has real enforcement mechanisms. It's immediately protective authority. It has Constitutional Compliance Committee, which is the committee which, oh, and by the way, I know that you are all really good stewards of the county's money, so you're probably thinking, well, wait a minute, that's probably going to cost us some money to do that. Well, I happen to have, in this pile of paperwork that I'm going to be giving you, is a recommendation of how you can create a Constitutional Compliance Committee that costs you little or no money to create. So I'll be giving you a copy of that as well. But, so it has the Constitutional Compliance Committee. It has structured accountability system. It's properly framed with interposition rather than talking about nullifying and making things void. It has broader constitutional protections. It also has a strong legal balancing of all the issues that are there. The weaknesses, it's more administratively complex, meaning that you have a Constitutional Compliance Committee that you have to do, and that's why I furnished you with a copy of how you could do that with little or no money and things of that nature, and how that could operate. It requires political and administrative commitment. That means that it's a commitment on your part. And this is the one thing that I, again, like I said, I appreciate so much about your county is you are very committed to having your county be a model and to be excellent in everything that it does. And so this is why I'm putting this ordinance before you, because I really want you to have all the information that you need to have to make the best choice of how to best protect your county. And I think that I probably wasted enough of your time here in going over this. I don't know how long that took. I danced as fast as I could, but I will leave you with the 3 documents here. By the way, they're in these documents. There is a complete version of each of the ordinances in case for any reason you don't have them. There is the copy of the Constitutional Compliance Committee recommendation, and then there's also a copy of the brief that I just went over.
Okay,
and
great. If you'll give those to.
All right. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay. Do you think that somebody could make a copy of the version that he referred to?
The enhanced version?
Yeah, that enhanced one. I don't think we have that one.
Well, I guess the question is, it sounds like the enhanced version is something that has not been given to the county yet, because
Actually, I thought that it had, but I didn't personally do it. I had thought that Rick had given copies to.
I have a copy of what was handed out at the last meeting, and the changes that they have in front of them today is based on the AI-generated document handed out at the last meeting. If there's another version, it has not been provided to me or to the board.
You might take a look and compare the fifth, what we call the enhanced Lake County version, because the text is in there, and you might compare them and see if that's the one you were working off of.
If
or what
that
it
is
was.
included in the paperwork over there, if you could just pull that out so that we make sure we have that, so we could at least make a copy so that
It'll say
we
appendix on
have
it,
that.
and it'll
then
have 5 different appendices.
Right, that's what, I just wanted to make sure that we could each get a copy of that.
This one?
Is it the big thick one?
Yeah.
It does say appendices on the front, Appendix A?
Yes.
Then you have the right one.
Okay, and that hasn't been provided to us before.
Well, that whole appendix is brand new. I brought that just in case you hadn't received
Okay.
all of them.
All right, so again, a lot of material and not quite sure, we just have to let's just keep plowing through what we've got here. And we're going to move on to our next speaker. We have Chuck Benoit and then Brian Kennedy. And what we're going to do is we're going to do the 3 minutes, and I think that if you're on the pro side, we're going to keep you at 3 minutes. If you're on the anti side, then we're going to honor whatever was already given to Bill, then we've got to honor that, should somebody want to use all of that. Okay, Chuck, you're up.
Chuck Benoit, Claremont, Florida. I'm speaking in favor of the motion. The county sheriff is the most powerful law enforcement officer in America because he's the only elected law enforcement officer. And they deserve the confidence that our community stands behind their efforts to protect us from unconstitutional activity coming from anywhere. Because most of the time, we feel very safe in our communities, but out of nowhere, our constitutional rights are attacked, whether it was COVID, whether it's rights to peacefully assemble at an abortion clinic, or the right to bear arms, or even this new attempt to insert Sharia law into local government. We the people seem to be caught flat-footed and pushed backwards. And what this ordinance says is that to all levels of government, that we here in Lake County, we're here prepared to protect our constitutional rights wherever the attack comes from. It says our rights will not be violated. They just won't be. So I ask that you all see the necessity of being proactive and acknowledge that the U.S. Constitution is being attacked, and we deserve our rights to be fully protected at this particular level. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brian Kennedy, and then Greg Wilmore.
Thank you. My name is Brian Kennedy. I'm actually from Sumter County, and I want to thank this board for hearing this ordinance. I think it shows a lot of courage that you're doing that. I would like to say that about 250 years ago, a group of wonderful people got together and presented us with a document that gave us our Bill of Rights. It also gave the government limited enumerated powers. And any of those powers not granted to the government were to be granted to the states and to the people. And I think over some time now, especially in recent history, there has been some government overreach that has overstepped its bounds. And I would suggest that considering this ordinance would give your highest constitutional officer in this county another tool, and you another tool to use to help enforce those Bill of Rights. So please consider passing this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Greg Wilmore, and then Richard Bossart.
Greg Wilmore. I pastor here in Lake County, live in Leesburg in the Silver Lake area. First of all, thank you all for considering this situation today. I see this comes down to two statements that we're very familiar with. We the people and the Bill of Rights, and protecting those statements. We can have federal rights, we can have state rights, and we can have things within the county that protects our rights. Sometimes the federal government can be tyrannical. Sometimes the state can be tyrannical. This, on a county level, gives us another layer of protection, the last layer of protection against those others that could be problematic to us, safeguarding our civil liberties. It's my understanding that Collier and Brevard County, maybe others, have adopted this, and I would just encourage you all to pass this, and I'll yield the rest of my time.
Great. Richard Bossart and then Sue Parent.
Good morning. My name is Rick Bossart. Pardon me. I'm a retired physician, resident of Lake County for 36 years. Pardon my appearance. I came straight from the gym this morning for this hearing, which tells you to some extent how important I think this is. Chairwoman Campione and other members, thank you. I am sympathetic to the spirit of the ordinance, very sympathetic, I must say. But at the same time, I'm concerned about the implications that this may have, and that's why I'm here to oppose this particular ordinance. I'm speaking, I hope, humbly and respectfully, because hearing what I've heard so far, some of my thinking has changed perhaps a little bit, but I still felt that a counterpoint was worthwhile. I tend to be a contrarian in many things. So I'm not a legal scholar, and what I did was, what a lot of people do today, is I took this particular ordinance proposal and went to AI and asked them to do a summary of the potential objections and concerns about this. So hopefully, I'm speaking with some element of expertise, given the AI. I'm interested to hear that AI was used in the production of the ordinance itself. I also had to chuckle a little bit about the last conversation regarding the enhanced version, that we don't have it yet. And I'm reminded of Nancy Pelosi's famous statement that we have to pass this law so we can see what's in it. I hope we're not going to be doing that today. So let me just go through a couple of objections that have been brought up regarding this. The ordinance could place this county in direct conflict with federal law and the supremacy clause of the U.S. Constitution. By refusing to recognize or enforce certain federal laws, the county and its officials may expose themselves to lawsuits or federal enforcement actions. And I know that we're not talking about, disobeying, legitimate laws, but the question is, who determines what's legitimate and what's not? And that's another concern. This oversteps the legal authority of a county government by attempting to nullify federal laws or executive orders, a power not granted to local governments in the U.S. Constitution. This ordinance defines unlawful acts very broadly, does not specify who determines what is unconstitutional. That's one of my big concerns. Who makes that determination? If we can cherry pick and choose what we're going to enforce or we're not going to enforce, I think that raises a lot of very, very bad precedents. By prohibiting county officials from cooperating with federal authorities on certain matters, the ordinance could hinder law enforcement collaboration and affect public safety. We have a lot of concerns in Lake County. We have development issues, we have water quality issues. A lot of you all have a very, very important job, and I don't envy what you do, and I don't want to be sitting here armchair quarterbacking you all. But I wonder if the best way to manage this is to do what essentially is a performative statement. It is a law being passed just simply to express a position or statement. And I know someone mentioned that resolutions have no teeth. Why do we have them? Proclamations, if they have no teeth, why do we have them? I think there may be better ways to address this issue than to do an entirely new law. One of the things that I was very proud of in Lake County and Florida, we distinguished ourselves during COVID by how we handled it. We protected civil liberties. And at this point in time, we really want to align ourselves with communities and states around the country that are attempting to nullify federal law. I'm very cognizant of the constant tension between federal government, state and local government. That's always going to be there, always has been there. And I think that the issue that brought this to the fore, correct me if I'm wrong, was the unprecedented COVID pandemic management, which I would call it the mismanagement of the COVID pandemic, which we never want to see repeated again. And I don't know that we've learned from that, and I don't think that we're going to prevent that sort of mismanagement from reoccurring by passing local ordinances. I think this has to be done at a federal level. There are situations where the federal government is absolutely critical, and national pandemic management is one of those issues. And I think that we have to have a top-down, just a complete radical transformation of how we handle these things. I don't know that a small county like ours is going to be able to make that big of an impact by something like this. And I think it somewhat detracts from the attention that we need to pay to other things locally. I offer this very respectfully. I'm open to having my opinion changed. But at the moment, I would say if I had to vote on this, that I would vote against. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And the only word of caution I would say is be careful with that AI, because I had done some research too, just to see where it came out, and I found that it tended to have a slant to it that was very contrary to my philosophy or my value system. So, okay, all right. Sue Parent, and then Christopher Jersky. Sue Parent, is Sue here? Oh, there. Okay, then Christopher.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Chris Jersky from Mount Verde. I'm here to voice my support of this ordinance. I just want to tell a short story about how I came out of the Air Force in 1996 and called Florida home. I've been all around the state, basically lived in Broward, Alachua, but I finally called Lake County home only because when my kids were born, I first thought, what should I be looking for in a community, and what would I feel safe to raise my children in? And as Sabatini mentioned earlier about the brand of Lake County, I actually looked online for the concentration of veterans. And I was actually physically moved when I came to this county to look around and see how that brand shows, especially when you walk into this area here with the statues and the rotunda out here that shows basically the support of our veterans. And I will tell you, with Memorial Day coming up here, I want you to think about those white graves of those people that pledged their support, took that oath, and paid the ultimate sacrifice. Why did they pay that ultimate sacrifice? They were sacrificing for our rights. We all took an oath as military veterans to support the Constitution, and I praise your courage in hearing this ordinance, because I really do think that you're laying down a marker for future generations. Will the future have as much courage as we had here in Lake County for the next pandemic or the next horrible thing that happens? I'm actually proud of how we survived through that COVID thing, because especially coming in here to these school boards and listening to all the people and actually standing with a lot of people in this room side by side, I'm happy to see that these people support the Constitution as well as our elected officials. But I will say that if you don't put this down, future generations might take advantage of it. So I still think that you should think very hard to put a strong ordinance, as Bill Mitchell has put forward, as far as an enhanced version, to protect future generations, and especially, like I said, my children. I would hope to live here and retire here for the rest of my life, and I would hope you protect our children and the next generation. Thank you very much.
All right, Jason Tomashev, and then June Lang.
Good morning. My name is Jason Tomaszek, proud Claremont resident since 1992. And I am here in support of this ordinance because we were lied to. In the beginning of the pandemic in 2020, I was waiting in line at Walgreens for a pack of cigarettes. I was wearing my mask, and I see a display of masks. I took a look at the first set. They were paper masks, and they were made in China. Then I looked at the middle set, washable cloth masks. They were made in China. So the third set had little plastic jewels glued to them. They were also made in China. As I pulled the mask off my face, I realized we'd been duped. Sometime later, I'm at Winn-Dixie in need of coffee and dog treats, not necessarily in that order. As I was walking through the store, I thought, that's weird. Somebody put blue painter's tape on the floor. Just then, I hear a woman's voice behind me saying, I was going the wrong way. Thinking, lady, I've been told that many times. I turned around. She shrieked. Where is your mask, she asked. My reply, relax, ma'am. You're safe, you're wearing yours. Later, I stopped into Harbor Freight to get some tools, and I see my friend Sam. He's the manager of the store. He's also a car guy like me, so we always got along well. He sees me and says, Jason, you need to wear a mask. It's the company policy. Not taking him seriously, I continued on my way. He intercepted me, reminding me of their new mask policy. I told him the Walgreens mask story. I said, I will not buy Chinese tools, or I will buy Chinese tools from this store because this store employs Americans, but I won't purchase a prophylactic device from China to protect me from a disease made in China. He allowed me to make my purchase. I have some customers at my VW shop who are very loyal and recommend my shop to other VW owners. When the husband and wife came in for service, they informed us they had retired from Disney. We were excited for them, and as they are very pleasant people, and felt that this would be good for them because they'd have more time with friends and family. They were not as excited as we were because they retired due to the vaccine mandate. Not knowing what's in it, what side effects might come with it, they retired early. Due to this, their Social Security benefits would be diminished. Fortunately for them, they invested money for their future, and they'll be okay. They would have preferred to stay working as they love their jobs. I would like to thank you, Lake County Commissioners, for protecting our county's wildlife habitat to the best of your abilities according to the law. I would also like to thank you for your future opposition to any AI data centers. Thank you for your time. Have a great day.
Thank you. June Lang, and then Thomas Hansing.
Good morning. This is my opportunity to thank you guys. I've been watching you online. I can't always make it to these meetings, but when I see your discussions, I am really appreciative of this board more than any board that I've seen in the 6 years I've lived in Lake County. And I want to say the same thing as Chris. When I moved to Florida in the 70s. I was in a different county, and when it came time for us to move, I did much research around this state and picked Lake County for its, its foundational, constitutional positions and its freedom. Of course, it's beautiful. But we spent years literally looking all over Florida and looking at the counties, looking at the people that are in the counties, and made a hard choice of where we wanted to spend the rest of our time. I don't believe that we will always have a wonderful board. I don't believe we will always have a wonderful sheriff, but we do have a wonderful Bill of Rights. And we should think about what happens if we don't have great people all the time. We need to have a firm foundation going forward. Chairman, I recognize you talking about the word sanctuary. It's been turned into a dirty word, and I think we should take it back. Sanctuaries are for wildlife. Sanctuaries are for freedom. Sanctuary is a good thing, and we should take that word back. Thank you.
Thank you. Thomas Hansing, and then Liam Nessler.
Hello, everybody. I'm Tom Hansing of Fruitland Park. I'm here today as a citizen of Lake County. You know, the Constitution is not a suggestion. It's the supreme law of this land. The first 10 amendments were put in place to clearly define and protect our God-given rights of the people from government overreach. When the founders formed our government, the intent was to create checks and balances to keep from having that government overreach. This ordinance meets the intent and qualifies as a check and balance. So for that, I respectfully urge you to support and vote in favor of this Bill of Rights ordinance. And Anthony, thank you for getting me elected to the Board of Trustees.
All right, Liam Nestler, and then after Liam is Ed Brzezinski.
Good morning, Commissioners. I am Liam Nestler. I live over on Beverly Shores in Leesburg. And I want to encourage you to vote yes on this, on the enhanced version if you can, if it's possible legally to do it, but put as much teeth in it as possible. As far as a local ordinance for our Bill of Rights, we've all heard of the shot heard around the world. That was a local shot up in Concord. And there's only a few counties right now that are engaging in this kind of a bill, but it could really catch on. And we are engaged in a war, whether you like to admit it or not. We're engaged in a war right now for our rights. How it crept up on us is a long story, but it's here. We have Sharia law being promoted down in Miami-Dade County. We have Sharia law being promoted in Texas. We have a Muslim mayor of the largest city in the United States pushing all kinds of socialist and Muslim ordinances on the people there. And there's a lot of people there that don't want it, but they don't have a voice. What you'll be doing with this ordinance is giving we, the citizens of this county, a voice and teeth that say no commission or no sheriff or no federal government can come in and take our rights without a fight. Now, of course, there could be legal ramifications down the road. But this is a declaration that says we are a county that's going to stick with our original Bill of Rights. And we're not going to move off of that. And yeah, we did pretty good during COVID here, but I lived in California during COVID. And there's a lot of patriotic citizens in California. And it was shoved down our throat, 6-foot separation, or distancing, social distancing, masks if you were surfing, masks if you were fishing. And by the way, I would ditch any bass tournament money because I live on Lake Griffin. I want to save all the 10-pounders for myself. But there's so many, the idea that that this would bring on all kinds of opposition to federal law. No, it's going to be opposition to any laws that are passed by the federal law that are unconstitutional. And we as local citizens have to speak out against that. We have to fight against that. Otherwise, we're going to lose our rights. And we are just concerned citizens that what's happening around the country can happen here, and we don't want it to. So please put as much teeth into this ordinance and vote yes, unanimously. Even the clerks and the lawyers, please. Thank you.
All right, Ed, and then Benita Nestler.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Edward Prosinski. I've been a Lake County resident since 2001, currently living in Lady Lake, Florida. I want to thank you all for your diligent work and especially your financial responsibility to the taxpayers of Lake County. We really appreciate it. I'm an Army veteran. I swore an oath upon my enlistment to support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, and that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same. There is no expiration date on that oath, and I was never released from it. I continue to serve my country and my community, and I will continue to honor that oath for the rest of my life, and that's what brings me here today. The United States Constitution has long been known as the law of the land. It is the bedrock of our country. It is the foundation of America. In our long history, we were careful not to make laws that violated its doctrines, but then something changed. The laws were made clearly not to uphold the Constitution because some people thought that their ideas were better than what our founding fathers had and what made our country great. The abuses continued and grew in number and scope. Fast forward to recent history, we find blatant disrespect for the Constitution and power-hungry people simply imposing their will on our country and Americans. For instance, during the early COVID days, we saw our basic rights that we held dear and thought they would never be violated in America. We saw them trampled and discarded. And the worst part is there was nothing we could do about it. Our laws became so structured that we couldn't just say, this is wrong, this is unconstitutional. We had to have a law or something that says we could go to the police and say, stop this, but nobody could. Nobody could help us. And so we lost the right to practice our religion, to assemble in churches, certain gatherings, local bars and clubs, and even in homes. We lost the right of free speech and free press. We lost the right to petition our government with grievances. The government became our master rather than our servant. It's kind of crazy that we have to have a law to protect the law, but that's what it has come to. The ordinance that we bring forth today will give our Constitution sheriffs the power they need to stop the kind of overreach and power and abuse of our constitutional rights, the abuse of the American way of life, and protect our most basic rights. I ask you, rather I implore you, pass this ordinance so we can say never again to the tyranny that would take away America, the America that we grew up with, and the America that we want to leave to our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed, and definitely thank you for your service. We appreciate you. Benita Nestler, and then Marie Dubois.
Thank you, Commissioners, for this opportunity. My name's Benita Nestler. I live in Leesburg. And I just want to say that as we approach Memorial Day, men and women died so that I could be here and voice my opinion. Pass this ordinance. We need to stand as citizens of the United States and protect our rights, and you have the ability. Thank you.
Thank you. Marie Dubois, and then Andy Dubois.
Marie, excuse me, Marie Dubois, Howie in the Hills, and I agree with most of what's been said in favor of this ordinance, but what I'm thinking is you guys did a great job during COVID, but we might not always have you folks on this board, and we might not always have a Governor DeSantis. We came real close to having another guy, and who knows how he would have handled COVID. So we need to have this ordinance to put some teeth into this. And we owe it to the men that signed that declaration saying that they were going to pledge their lives, their honor, and their lives, their fortunes, and their sacred honor.
Thank you. Andy?
Andy Dubois, Howie in the Hills. I waive my speaking in strong support of passage of a Bill of Rights ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. Gail Carlins, and then Laura Conyers. We're getting close.
Gail Carlins, Fruitland Park. Morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners, and appreciate all that you do, and just want to add my 2 cents to thank you for your accessibility. That's one of the great things about local government. I know Rick has met with each one of you and had many discussions with each one of you about this, and so that's why it's so important that we can have a face-to-face, a one-on-one talk about what's important to us here in Lake County. And so I'm not going to repeat a lot of the things that I've heard today, but I do just want to mention that I'm sorry you didn't get to hear the video by Alex Newman. You know, he is a great patriot, freedom fighter, and I think it's very notable that he made the video, and Ann Vandersteel, and both of them, I think it's key that they are in strong support of an ordinance like this. And just to make a comment about that, some other comments about COVID and what the doctor mentioned, and I don't know, I'm sure the doctor knows a whole lot about it, what happened, or in the practices during COVID. But I have friends, people that have died from COVID, not from COVID so much, but from the vaccine. I know people that have been injured from the vaccine. The protocols that were in place there whenever someone had COVID. I have a dear friend, whose husband was given that remdesivir. He died. So those protocols that were in place, the doctors had to use those, the hospitals had to use those, and the results were very bad. There's a Dr. Littell in Ocala that because he didn't follow those protocols, instead of using what Dr. Fauci said, he wanted to use hydroxychloroquine, other things like that. Anyway, my point is, and he was kind of blackballed, and he didn't lose his license to be a doctor, but he did have some problems regarding that. Anyway, my whole point about that is that that's a federal. That was kind of came down from way up above and trickled down to us. And if we had this mandate in place, I don't think there would be so many people, so many doctors thinking, okay, I have to do this even though I know it's not quite the right thing to give to my patient. So anyway, I would just like for you to I'm asking you to approve the enhanced version of this ordinance as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Laura Conyers and then Connie Hurlbert.
Hi, my name is Laura Conyers, and I'm from Lake County. That's why I'm here. And thank you for what you're doing, and thank you for all the patriots that are here. I am very overwhelmed of seeing so many people that loved this country. And I just want to say that history have proved many times when, men don't do nothing about something that is so important, that is protect this country, protect Lake County, protect the citizen of Lake County, and also to be able to know that, because of the history of the past, that we know that if we don't do anything, somebody else, some evil is going to come and try to overcome the people. And we're talking about the people of Lake County. So I just wanted to know, want to let you know that and stand in favor of this motion, and please approve this ordinance. Thank you.
Connie Hurlbert and then Aaron Baker.
Good morning, Commissioners. I also am encouraging you to vote for the enhanced version of the ordinance, and I want to read a small paragraph from a post I saw on X this morning. The Supreme Court yesterday ruled they refused to hear a case, so mandates are back. If a state health official has reasonable belief a vaccine can save lives, right or wrong, they can mandate the vaccine no matter how deadly the vaccine actually is. And so that's kind of a scary development. Although, it hasn't really had time to shake out and find out what the real facts of the situation are, I believe that it's going to go the way that abortion did, which is it's a personal right. It's a personal decision. It's actually this Bill of Rights sanctuary ordinance front and center. I don't think there's enough time there's actually no place to appeal to, but so we're looking at the states are probably going to have to make some legislation. We'll hear about how that shakes out, but in the meantime, the only people on the planet that can protect us are you. Have a good day.
Thank you. Aaron Baker and then Alex Baker.
Good morning, Aaron Baker from Sorrento, Lake County. Back to what June and Marie said, our concern is not this commission. Our concern is a future commission. For those that don't know, I was born in Florida, but I lived in Maryland at the start of COVID. During that time, we had to have a vaccine passport card in order to eat inside a restaurant. If you didn't have your vaccine passport card, you could eat outside, literally in a tent. So I appreciate the work that you've done, but the goal is to protect that for not just this generation, but for future generations. Very rarely in life are we afforded the ability to correct an injustice that was perpetrated on most of our country. Elected officials at every level of government have one single responsibility, and that responsibility is to protect the rights of the citizens that you serve. This morning, I asked the commissioners of Lake County to do one simple thing: protect the rights of the citizens you are elected to serve. Thank you.
Thank you. Alex Wicker, and then Frank Couch.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Alex Widger. I'm speaking in favor of the ordinance, and I would like to yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Frank? Is Frank still here? There's Frank.
Good morning. I'm Frank Couch, resident of Lake County since 1968. I'm in favor of the ordinance, and I'll relinquish the rest of my time.
Thank you. Is Vance still here? I have a card from Vance. I think he had to leave. Okay. All right. We'll bring it back. We'll bring it back to the board then. That's the end of our comments. Do we have anyone online? Those are, okay. It doesn't look like we do. Okay, all right, so we'll bring it back to the board. I did want to just point out a couple things about the ordinance that was advertised. And I did want to put out the possibility of using the word protective or protection, like Bill of Rights Protection County. I was trying to come up with something that could be, instead of sanctuary. I mean, I appreciate the idea of let's take back the word, but I just think the word has just been trashed at this point. If it causes confusion, then we lose our message. And our message is about the Bill of Rights and our individual rights, our inalienable rights. And I can just speak a little bit from personal experience. When COVID was happening, it wasn't easy to be bombarded by members of the local medical community telling me what they thought I should do. It was not comfortable at all. If there had been like an ordinance like this in place where it was actually something that it would have given me a little bit more sort of backbone or something I could lean on and rely on, or any other member of the county commission that was serving as the chairperson at the time, I think that in and of itself has value. And some folks have said, well, this isn't really, you don't really need this, it's extra, it's not. But I think in that regard, it actually brings the whole concept of the Bill of Rights front and center as something that is inherent to who we are as Americans. And I like that. I think that's important, and I think it does have value, and I think it does bring something to the table. I'm right now going to stand by what was advertised because I like the process. The process says that while we're not going to make a judgment and actually say we think something is in fact unconstitutional, if we reasonably believe that it is, then we can take action to seek a court of law to establish it to be. But in the meantime, then we would not use local resources to take action to do something that we think is contrary to the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. So I think this gets us there. And I think it doesn't add that added layer of having to have a committee. If a group of citizens wants to petition us to also consider whether something is unconstitutional and actually take that to court on behalf of a group of residents of Lake County, we have the ability, under this, we would have the ability to do that. So I feel like that's extremely valuable. And I do appreciate some of the language about the interposition and that type of thing, but I feel like that's what we're doing. We're saying you still go to a court of law. We have a procedure. But while in the meantime, if something comes down and it is, you believe that it is not really allowed by the Constitution, that you say, no, we're not going to use resources, we're not going to go forward and use local dollars, and we're not going to be involved in participating in something that's contrary to our rights. So I just wanted to throw that out there for consideration for the rest of the board, of using like maybe the terminology, Bill of Rights Protection County, Bill of Rights. If anybody has any other ideas, or just a Bill of Rights County, we're a Bill of Rights County. I mean, I think that, and, yeah.
Question, sorry, Chair. Are you referencing what's both in red and blue that we have in front of us, the ordinance?
Yes, yes. So what you have in front of you, the red is the new language that is proposed. The blue.
It's the opposite.
The opposite.
The blue is the language that was added after you did approval to advertise based on the documents handed out at that meeting.
Okay.
Okay, so this is the current version.
Yes, the document before you
That
with
has
red and blue
on it.
is what Commissioner Campione is putting
Okay.
forth.
So you would just have to add, like, for example, in the title, you could say that it will be entitled Lake County Code Bill of Rights County as opposed to sanctuary. Or it could be pro Bill of Rights County or Bill of Rights Protector County. And then you would just have to take out the reference to sanctuary in section 2-6 and use the same language as we would, let's just go with Bill of Rights County as a possibility. And the other thing I would, though, ask is we struck through the actual list of all of the 10.
That was part of the document handed out by the interested parties to
Yeah,
strike
I think
it.
that should go back in there. I think
And
the
you
Bill of
can
Rights
leave
should be
that.
listed in the local ordinance. So it's right there. You don't have to go look it up. It's right there. You see the Bill of Rights. And then where it says in, let's see, section 2-6C, we're under judicial relief. Lake County has the right to seek judicial relief from an alleged unlawful act of federal government officials in response to alleged unconstitutional federal government measures, and to, instead of proclaim Bill of Rights sanctuary, it would say to protect the rights of law-abiding citizens in its jurisdictional boundaries. And then the other change would be in that same section, but in D, where it says definition, an alleged unlawful act shall consist of any federal act, law, order, rule, or regulation which allegedly violates or unreasonably restricts or impinges upon an individual's constitutional rights, and I think we should add the phrase, as an American citizen. That's in section, see, it's 2-6, D. So it's on page 4, D. D on page 4.
Oh, I got it highlighted, okay.
And this would be my recommendation, to improve upon.
My feeling is we just go with the Collier County version. I mean, I think it's what most people want. It's stronger. It's obviously legally sound.
I think Bill even said that he thinks there's issues with the Collier County.
I don't think there are. Well, let me say a few things about all this. You know, for anybody that knows the Constitution and the Federalist Papers knows that at the end of the day, you know, these are paper protections, right? James Madison called them parchment barriers, right? Because at one point he was against Bill of Rights. And he called them parchment barriers. I love that term because at the end of the day, you have a piece of paper that says what the rights are and how they should be protected. What really matters, honestly, at the end of the day, is the quality of the people in the country in an elected office. That's the only thing that really matters. You could pass the strongest of all time. You could pass a weak one. It's actually going to have absolutely no effect whatsoever. I want the strongest one humanly possible, and I'm going to explain why. But at the end of the day, it doesn't really actually matter because there's a lot of people in office in this country who have absolutely no backbone and will do nothing when tyranny arises. Nothing. You know, the scariest moment of my life was COVID, to see how quickly, how many people turned into disgusting anti-American zombies at the drop of a second with no research, no nothing, just screaming in your face, you know, we should do everything we can to prevent that. And if that includes passing a very strong Bill of Rights Protection Ordinance, which I think is the most adequate name. I'm fine with sanctuary too, but I do like Bill of Rights Protection Ordinance as the best. But what I would say is we just need to really make sure that we're electing people who have the backbone to stand up and fight. Because when tyranny arises, and it will very soon, we just got to have people that are willing to stand up and fight. We don't really have a lot of those people right now. We had almost none of them in 2020. When I had to go around the state 6 months, as a lawyer who had been only barred for 6 months, to file 16 lawsuits against cities and counties because not a single lawyer in the state had the balls to stand up and fight against the tyranny, you know, I'll remember that for the rest of my life. And it was a crazy time because I looked around this country and no one was willing to fight. No one was willing to fight. I had to represent the first person arrested in the state of Florida. Arrested, okay? The free state of Florida, right? The first person who was dragged out of his store in Pinellas County and arrested by a Republican sheriff in Pinellas County. I had to represent him in court here in Florida for violating the ordinances. And so I just begged the people in this room who were so passionate about the locutions in these documents to really make sure you're fighting to get the right people elected, because that's what really matters, much more than this piece of paper. This is a parchment barrier, right? I mean, I had so many enemies coming after me for doing what I did, and I have no regrets, but my only regret is that people have already forgotten, and they've elected so many more of the same people to office who will stab you in the back the moment tyranny re-arises in this country. Let me tell you what's coming, because the pendulum swings. In fact, the first time I saw this, you know, I've only been on here 18 months, I thought, man, we really missed the boat. You know, I wish this would have came earlier. You know, not that we didn't have a great county commission. I agree with all the comments that were made here in Lake County, but in many of the places they didn't. And I thought, man, they missed the boat. But then I realized, you know, we didn't miss the boat. You're just ahead of the next one, right? Because in January 2029, the way the pendulum swing works is there's probably going to be, it's a good chance, there could be a radical president. You know, we won't talk about partisan politics. A radical president who immediately issues an executive order and says, it's time for re-immigration. You know, a lot of these people that were deported, that was wrong. We need to bring them back in. And we need to immediately pass an executive order putting warehouses around the country to help these people be reinstituted back into society. If you think that that's a radical idea, just be ready for January 2029. Because I think the only thing that was missing in this debate was it was way too framed on COVID. Listen, what happened during COVID was insane. But don't be so narrow-sighted to think it's just masks, some vaccines that this pertains to. Let's talk about some of the other things that happened that absolutely no one cared about. You know, January 6, 2021, 1,575 people were arrested. A super majority, talking 95%, were accused with nonviolent crimes. And they were rounded up around the country like animals and thrown in jail cells. And people literally did almost nothing about it the first 18 months. I remember many of them called me the first 18 months. They said, will you represent me? And again, I was a brand new lawyer. I said, I will absolutely represent you, but I hope more attorneys stood up. And it was shocking how few attorneys stood up to represent these people. So what did I do? I ended up becoming a January 6 attorney. I represented 16 January 6 defendants in D.C., flying to D.C. at a loss, financial loss, to represent these people again and again and again in the most disturbing environment ever imaginable. And when I was in Tallahassee, I filed a bill that would have made it illegal to establish task forces in the state of Florida for cities and counties to allow sheriffs and police to round up these people and send them to hell. And that bill died without hearing. And Republicans in Tallahassee were too cowardly to support that bill and to do things to stop the tyranny against so many Americans who fought for the right for protest, just First Amendment protest in our nation's capital. They did nothing. So what I would tell you is, when you think about this, don't just think about masks, obviously, that's important, but what's coming for the patriots in this country come January 2029 is going to be severe. The decline of American sovereignty that will start with re-immigration is going to be severe. What's going to happen with the virus is going to be severe. But the most important thing is, I'm going to make a motion to pass a Collier County example, but I do know that no matter what we pass, it's never going to be a replacement for the type of people we're electing, because we're just not electing the people who are prepared to protect our rights in most places in this country. And that needs to change, and I pray that changes, because the attacks are only going to get worse. There's so much pent-up rage in this country by the somewhat of a reinstitution of the protection of American sovereignty that we just need to be ready for it. So I would support the strongest in the country right here. I would like to do the strongest one that said we will defund, not fund any agency or work with any task force with any federal mandate that we as a board find to be unconstitutional, because it's happening. And let me tell you something, if we didn't have the Supreme Court, people probably already forgot this, but Joe Biden actually passed an executive order, pushed an executive order, that mandated that every large business in the country, I think it was something like 50 employees, would have to show proof of vaccination. And SCOTUS, of course, stated they stopped it. It got knocked out. But can you imagine if that went into place, where every small, medium-sized business in the country was going to have to show proof of vaccination, that invasion of privacy rights? I mean, what would we have done? I mean, this basically, as written, basically says we have reserved the right to be able to file a lawsuit against the federal government. I'm sorry, but that's not good enough. That's not going to be good enough when tyranny arises. And we just need to really make sure that we are serious about the threats that are going to come, and just be engaged. So I would support the strongest in the country if I could, but I think the minimum step is to copy Collier County and then look at stronger options. I don't think there's going to be a legal challenge against it, but I think it's definitely a good first step. And again, it's preparation. It's preparation for January 2029, depending on what happens. I mean, I pray we choose leadership that will protect our rights, but I don't, I'm not an optimist on that. So with that said, obviously we're still in discussion, but I'll be making a motion to at least adopt a mimicry copy of the Collier County Bill of Ordinances, because I just think it's the right thing to do.
Melanie, did you have a comment?
I do. So if the board does want to move in the direction of Collier County, what we'll need to do is re-advertise and bring it back. That one does create a cause of action with penalties, so we'll need to make sure that that's out there for the public to view. So if you do want to go that way, we'll just re-advertise and bring it back at a future meeting.
Okay, all right, that's helpful to have in mind. All right, other comments?
I'm glad we live in Lake County, first of all, and I appreciate everybody coming out and being a part of this process. And I do think what I've heard is right about, we're a good board now, but what could happen in the future? So I recognize that, and I recognize what we have in front of us, this ordinance. That's why I asked earlier to make sure we're talking about the same thing, what was presented here with the changes based off of the last meeting and the changes the chair has inserted in this. So I know this, what's in front of me. Now today, interestingly, it was presented to me, the enhanced version, which I will say that I'm interested in. But to be true, I just got this like a half hour ago. And I could read through part of it, but I was trying to listen as well. Didn't want to do that to you, and as was alluded to earlier, I certainly don't want to sign something or vote for something without having to read through it its entirety. And it sounds like we'd have to re-advertise to do that one as well. So I'll have those are my comments on the record. I think that's interesting. I haven't been able to get into it to see what the difference is versus the Collier County model. It sounds like it might have addressed some questions as the chair had talked about, but I do know what's in front of me on this, and I would support that with the changes that you recommended as well. So there's that.
All right, let's keep going and see where we're at.
So when I first looked at this, I was thinking to myself, why is this really needed with this current board? Why is this needed? Because we all here are strong constitutionalists and want to protect as much as we want, as much as we can for the citizens of Lake County. And then I started thinking, however, there's going to be a time where we're not here. So we need to have something on the books that says, you know, this is where we stand as Lake County. We want to protect the Bill of Rights. We've all put our hand on the Bible. We've all raised it up, and we've all sworn oath to protect the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. So I would like to get this. I like what was in front of me today, what's been advertised with the few changes that we've had. I have not had a chance to look at the enhanced version, so I would not be able to vote for that because I have not seen it. But I would like to get this on the books. I like the protection instead of sanctuary, Bill of Rights Protection County, or the Bill of Rights County, either one. But I would like to see something on the books today that says, you know what, we're serious. If we just keep kicking the can down the road, that's all we're going to do is kick the can down the road. So let's put something on the books, and then later on, if we need to enhance it, we can enhance it. But right now, this is a great starting point to let the citizens of Lake County know that we are dead serious on protecting their rights.
All right, Commissioner Morris, comments?
Well, I was elected to look at things both ways. Like everybody else, you go to AI and you put the positives and the negatives, and it's got a lot of good things that you can see. One of the things that came up with that was negative that, you know, we see today, possible conflicts and confusion. I got 4 ordinances in front of me right now. I mean, I know what we're looking at, but what do we pass? What's best for the county? I've got 4 of them to look at right now. So that's confusion. It looks like political theater is going on. What happens? I mean, we're going to give, I love our sheriff. We got the best sheriff in 67 counties, right? What happens if it's like New York and we have a socialist that's elected sheriff in 28 or 32? He has all the power. Okay.
We're all in trouble with that.
Well, exactly. But what I'm saying is there are positives and negatives to what this situation is. We have an avenue that people can, if their constitutional rights are not done correctly, they have an avenue to do that. Do I believe that we can help them? This document would help them. We would be financially responsible for the lawsuit. That's the downside. So that's my comments. I understand what we're trying to do. I think there's too many holes in it right now.
Well, I think the point that Dr. Bossart made was well taken, the reference to Nancy Pelosi. I don't like making decisions on the fly. I do feel like there's an awful lot of information in front of the board. I think what I'm hearing is that at least the majority, and maybe unanimously, but at least the majority of the board wants to have a Bill of Rights protection ordinance in place. We like the key things that are in at least 3 of these documents, maybe all, 4. And I think that we should just re-advertise so that we've got, can we advertise like the enhanced, the one today with the suggestions that I made with the reference to protection, and then the Collier County, but insert Lake County's verbiage in it? Is that possible, or would you recommend that we actually have one more meeting before we would do the advertising?
I would recommend that you have one more meeting where you have a discussion on those versions, and then when you're ready to land on a version, then we advertise that.
Yeah, I think
both the Collier County and the enhanced version, as I skimmed through it, again, both of those will create a cause of action. They don't clearly define unlawful act in terms of who's going to make that determination of an unlawful act in our current judicial system. That's a court. So those are all things that you're going to have to hash out and have a discussion about before you actually land on language that you're willing to adopt.
Mm-hmm. Sounds reasonable.
I don't like kicking the can down the road, and what's going to happen when the next one comes up, someone else is going to come up with something else in there, and we're going to say, well, we need to consider that one too, so let's go ahead and call in for another, 2 more weeks out. So, I mean, it's just kicking the can down the road, but you know where I stand on that.
So just to be clear, we didn't advertise the enhanced version?
I just got it.
Got it. No, totally understand. I just wanted to be 100%. So with that said, I mean, it sounds like our range is either enhanced or Collier. I like the Collier one, but if the votes are with the enhanced, then that's the vote count, so let's advertise the enhanced. I mean, maybe we can do a show of hands, but I don't want to advertise two. I'm fine with the
Details really matter. The language really matters, and I am just having a really hard time saying, well, just pick this and advertise this. I think you've got a great ordinance in front of you today, and I would advocate for that one. I like the idea of not kicking the can down the road, although sometimes we argue about, I'd rather get it right than just do it. Make sure it's right. So I'm more inclined to say, can we just put this on our agenda at our next meeting and have these 3 to look at and then make the best decision? I think all indications are we will adopt one of these versions.
Can I ask that the county attorney weigh in on the opinion of each one of these?
So again, having just been handed the enhanced version, I have skimmed it. The enhanced version and the Collier County, I think the most concerning from the legal side of it is they're both creating a cause of action that would allow an individual to sue and/or look for civil or criminal penalties against not only the Board of County Commissioners, but any employee who allegedly engages in enforcement of an unlawful act. There's nothing in either the Collier County or the enhanced version. There's a definition of unlawful act, but who gets to make that determination? Is it an unlawful act simply because a resident says it is? Is it an unlawful act because you determined that it is, which judicially, again, you don't really have the authority to declare something an unlawful act. So there are problems with both of those versions. Not that they can't necessarily be hashed out, but again, just being handed the enhanced version, that's the one that also creates a committee. So you're going to have to decide, do you want a committee? Who's going to be on that committee if you decide you want a committee? Is that committee going to entertain every complaint that you get from a resident? You all know we get complaints almost every day from residents with, and code enforcement is probably the most, popular decision or complaint that we get is, well, they shouldn't have been on my property, or this is my right to have what I want on my property. So those are all issues that you will have to hash out. But again, that's just glancing through it. I haven't read it in its entirety. But those are the concerns that I would see from the legal side.
And if I'm not mistaken, a couple of weeks ago or a month ago, what's been advertised is actually, we took the Collier County one and took the best portions out of it, and we added what we thought was best for Lake County, because it says Lake County, and we put that forward to the citizens, and then today we get an enhanced version. Again, it's kicking the can down the road. We've already started this process a month and a half ago, or 2 months ago, and there's going to be another 2 or 3 months?
The Collier County version doesn't have a committee, right? No committee?
It does not, but it creates the cause of action.
I think Collier's the best. There's been no legal abuses. How many years on the books? 5 years?
3, 4, maybe.
3 or 4?
Or maybe it was 5, maybe it was 2020.
So 3 years.
Yeah.
So the cause of action language is my concern, and there are things that we do every day as county government that we have a responsibility to do. And code enforcement is a perfect example. What you don't want to do is create a cause of action where every time we do something that we're supposed to be doing, then people say, I'm going to use this ordinance against you, and I'm going to sue the county. That could be like, we're the taxpayers. We don't want to be sued every day over something that we're just doing what we're supposed to be doing.
But right now,
they have the same legal right now. Right now, you can say, hey, you came to my property with this code enforcement complaint, I think that was invalid, and then say that was unlawful. By leaving it undefined, unlawful, they have the same exact rights, the same exact access to the court, and honestly, the same chances of success in the courtroom as if we didn't pass it. So when it comes to the legal argument, it's not gonna incentivize legal litigation, because it's gonna be just as expensive, and it's not shifting anything. It's not shifting any legal,
Well, it's shifting it to the taxpayers to pay.
no, they have the right now to sue. Right now, somebody could walk in and be like, hey, I think this is unconstitutional fluorescent lighting.
But what they're asking us to do is to take the lead if they come in with something that is, they feel unconstitutional, which means that we'll be paying for it, the citizens.
No, it's still the American rule. They pay their fees, we pay ours. There's no prevailing party statute. They could do it right now. They could walk in and say, this is, grossly offensive or whatever. Sue, and it's not actually adding any legal weight. I mean, not to undermine the county attorney, but you would agree it doesn't actually change anything in the courtroom. I think the understated argument, the unsaid argument here is that it's going to incentivize litigation. Is that your understanding?
Yeah, I mean, it would incentivize, but again, my biggest concern with this is who's declaring it an unlawful act? Okay, but this one is saying you've got local penalties. So if somebody doesn't like it, they're going to sue under our county code. They're going to claim an unlawful act. So again, it's a decision for you as to how much you want to spend on arguing what's unlawful and what's not.
Sorry to beat a dead horse, but I guess what I'm saying is it's duplicative of what already exists. So right now, we have code of ordinances. Somebody says code enforcement wasn't done right. Somebody says the parking, we just passed a thing where you can't park in the street. Well, that's unlawful. I want to park in the street, in Claremont. They could sue, whether this exists saying unlawful act or not, they're still going to look to the code and say this was unlawful that you did it. It's duplicative. It looks like it's adding a, additional legal argument, but it's really not.
Well,
I'm going to make a due process argument, though. If I don't know who is making that decision, I mean, I think you can make a constitutional argument that you're opening the door for abuse. And everyone's concerned about who's in office in the future and what might be done in the future. And my concern of that language is that it can be flipped around and used against people later.
Exactly. I agree. I mean, the five of us, we understand it now. What happens 8 years from now? Somebody else is sitting here.
But which thing? Oh, yeah, well, I mean, you do realize though, like under the state constitution, the US Constitution, anybody can walk down to the courthouse and file a violation of due process, violation of equal protection, whichever right they want to sue under, whether we pass this or not. I don't see
Right.
how it incentivizes.
But they can do that, and you're right, that's your cause of action that you would, but the language from Collier County, the way that it words unlawful act, it creates this question, well, who has decided that definitively? It's one thing to say we reasonably believe something is a violation of our constitutional rights versus the people of Lake County are telling us that we get to make that decision. That we actually, whereas in our legal system, it is the courts that actually make those decisions. We can say we think it reasonably violates and say, I don't want anything to do with it. I'm going to go to bat for the citizens. I'm not going to enforce that. I'm not going to vote in favor to use local dollars for that. But for me to actually make that determination, that's completely contrary to our system of law in
But again, the
America.
language-
That's why I think it's a due process issue.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, the language is still ephemeral, hence my opening arguments, which is that at the end of the day, it's paper,
Well,
So why are we doing anything? I mean, if that's
I'm
the
ambivalent
case.
towards it. Like I said, it doesn't, I want something out there, but let's just be blunt. What I want is probably not what you guys want, which is straight up would provoke a conflict with an unconstitutional, tyrannical federal act. I'm all in. Let's do it, if that happens.
well, I'll be there with you with a pitchfork, okay? I mean, I will fight back if there's a
AR-15?
tyrannical act, but I don't think it's appropriate to adopt something that is that language I feel is problematic. And that's why I worked so
Well, if
hard
that's
on
the
this
only
other
thing,
version.
if that's the only significant difference with the enhanced version and the original draft, then I don't want to kick the can down the road. If the votes are the votes, then let's go with the original. I'll vote for, I want the original, but I mean, if no one's going to change their mind on it, I just don't see the reason why we would advertise the other and then stick with the original language.
I think you got a point there. So
Yeah,
with
I
the
mean,
language to take
The
out
votes are the
sanctuary,
votes,
put
right? I'm not here
protective,
trying to batter you guys with that.
reference to U.S. citizens, American citizens as those that are protected under the ordinance, and then I think that we've got something we can put on the books today with adoption. And then if later someone wants to come up with some specific language they want to add into this, we can do that. But we get something in place.
But to be clear, right now, everybody's fine with the original but not the enhanced. I mean, I just want to make sure, because I'll make the motion for a second if there's.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
everybody agreed that they didn't have a chance to digest the enhance and to fully comprehend it.
All right, original it is. So move to pass the original.
With
Oh,
those language changes.
Second, did you make a motion? Okay. For the original one that we've had in front of us. Okay, second.
And that includes the language that I went over before with.
That includes the language that we just wordsmithed up here.
Right, I can summarize that. So it's removing the term sanctuary, it's leaving in the actual text of the Bill of Rights. It is adding protect the rights of law-abiding citizens in subsection C, and then in subsection D is adding the phrase as an American citizen to that definition. So those were the changes.
Can we go with Bill of Rights Protection Ordinance versus Bill of Rights Ordinance? It's just a little clearer.
Yeah, add the word protection. Is everybody good with that?
Mhm. Yeah, that's
Okay.
what I thought we were.
Okay,
Protection
all right,
ordinance.
yeah, I think that's good. I like having that added language in there. All right, we have a first, we have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Okay. All right, okay. We will give everybody a chance that wants to leave as we go into the next part of our meeting. We have, let's see, what do we have? And first of all, and I do want to say thank you to everybody that showed up, everybody that expressed their position on this. We appreciate your support. I know I certainly do. I feel everybody on the board does. So thank you very much. So we have, tab,
Which one is an appointment, so that's it.
okay, tab 33. This is the repeal of the pain management clinics provision.
So this is approval to advertise. This is associated with passing the Bill of Rights. Again, when you add something new, you take something away. So if you approve this today, it'll come back. It's an outdated and obsolete section. It's governed by Florida
Move to
law.
approve.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, all right. Oh, I thought I heard that aye. So everybody voted to advertise to get rid of the pain management section of the code.
Can we?
All right.
Pardon me,
Tab 34.
Chairman. Can we clarify who made the motion in second? We had someone up here.
Commissioner Parks?
No, I seconded it. I'm sorry.
Your motion?
Oh, Smith said,
I made the motion to pass it.
And then I seconded it.
on the pain
Tab
management?
33.
On pain
Oh,
management.
sorry, I thought
That
you
was
meant the
Smith
bill, my
and
bad.
then Parks.
Yes.
Okay. All right. This is an appointment to appoint Stephanie Wenheim to the Lake Sumter MPO Community Advisory Committee. There are 2 vacancies and 1 application.
Move to approve.
Can I ask to have this tabled? I've got some other people that are interested in putting their applications in. They didn't know that there was an MPO opening.
Is this your seat?
Do what?
Is this for your area?
It's an open seat,
Countywide?
countywide.
My preference is I will defer to anyone on their seat. So if it was District 5, I'll wait for you. Hopefully you'll do the same for me for one.
It's an open seat.
But if it's not for one district to fill that commissioner's district, I think the best principle would be just to go with the majority vote.
If I may.
Again, I'm new here.
If I may ask a question, Melanie, there's more than one position open on the MPO, correct?
Yes, there's currently 2 vacancies, and right now you have 1 application.
Okay, so you have your opportunity to have your people put in.
Okay, we had a first?
So there'll still be a spot open.
There's still a spot open.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. We had a motion to approve.
Move to approve.
And all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, all right, and just make sure, if you've got folks that want to apply, if they have not applied, that they get them in, because those have been sitting there for a while.
Yes, MPO is definitely not the
Yeah.
hot ticket.
I've had people sit on that advisory committee, and it is a frustrating committee, but it is a required committee that has to be there to make recommendations.
Are they on 2055 yet? They're still on 2045.
Well, that's good. Maybe the MPO will make the blogs now, and we can get something done.
I just want to commend both Commissioner Morrison and Commissioner Parks for staying awake during those meetings.
We love roads, so.
They didn't have unlimited mints.
I don't know, I want to invite Commissioner Smith to the next MPO meeting.
I think we ought to all go. I think it's going to be a long one.
Okay, all right, moving on to board discussion, Well Florida Council. 3 applications were received. There was only 1 Lake County provider position vacant. We have Juana Dela Cruz. Now, she also is on the Children's Services Council and the Library Advisory Board already. We have Christopher Gonzalez as an applicant, and we have Colleen Wallace as an applicant.
Make a motion to make Christopher Gonzalez the applicant.
And I make a motion for Colin Wallace.
All right,
Really?
all right.
All right. So
Well, I made the first motion, if there's a second to that.
Yeah, you got to see whether on the first one that came out of the gate was Christopher Gonzalez, do we have a second?
I'll second. Sorry,
Call the vote.
All right, and on Christopher Gonzalez, since now this is becoming a debate over maybe who's the most qualified or who is technically, does everybody meet, did we check to make sure everybody meets the, qualifications to be a, quote, Lake County provider on Well Florida Council? Do you know Christopher Gonzalez, Commissioner Smith? Commissioner Morris?
No.
You don't?
All right, so,
Okay.
all right.
All right. This is
maybe we
not
need to
something,
table this.
I say you have to table this.
Yeah,
That
I
is,
agree.
this is problematic on many fronts.
Is it though? Because Colin Wallace is obviously qualified, extremely well known in the community, very interactive, very respected in her profession, and honestly, really wanted to be on there. I think the reason this.
You know what, I'll back out of that, and if you want to have Colleen Wallace, I'll agree to have Colleen Wallace.
Is that a motion?
That's a motion.
Second.
All right, that was a tie for a second. We'll give it to Commissioner Smith. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, and we're just super glad for everyone that wants to serve on these boards. We need more people putting applications in and serving on these boards. Reports, county attorney. County manager.
Just a reminder that all county offices will be closed next Monday, the 25th, in observance of Memorial Day.
All right, Commissioner Sabatini.
Just, we're obviously in legislative session right now, the state is, and keep watching the bills because it's the budget. So that's your appropriation projects, that's your funding for various other things that aren't specifically tied to one appropriation that have an effect over Lake County. And everything's on the table, and there's lots of stuff happening, so your advocacy matters, and just, pay attention because it'll really end at the end of this week, and then there's a waiting period, and they'll finalize the budget after 72 hours or early next week. But, take a look at it when you get a chance. Thanks.
All right, Commissioner Parks.
Yeah, just 2 things. Want to thank Jennifer and the team that helped me do a presentation last Friday at the South Lake Chamber to a packed house. I know, Chair, you showed up for part of that too, or the whole thing?
I was there for your
Yeah, for
presentation.
the part that mattered.
Right.
Yes.
And you did a great job. I just want everyone to know. I was there and I observed, and Commissioner Parks.
Well, I started
And the entire
to-
staff did a great job, but Commissioner Parks was very well received.
Well, I appreciate that, and, was getting a little nervous because you're sitting there, but no, it was, it went over very well. I got a lot of positive feedback. And so again, to thank staff, they did most of the hard work. They did all the hard work, really, and put that together. So thank you. I thought it went over very well. And then lastly, want to wish everybody a thoughtful and safe Memorial Day.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Smith?
Yes, it is budget time. I would like to see people here in the chambers during our budget meetings, giving us suggestions or comments on the budget that they're going to be taxed with, it we're going to be taxed with. So it's important to understand the budget and come in and have your voices heard. I would also like to thank the county staff in the city of Leesburg, as well as all the other cities in the county for the county, city, town workshop for rural protection. I think it's moving in a very, very positive direction, and I made an observation yesterday. Maybe it might be time, once these maps get out, that we have the board and and a city. And then it's going to be more work on us, but that's what we're here for, right? We're here to protect Lake County. So if we can meet with each city individually or as their board to solidify this, instead of having all 14 cities and towns in the same setting, I think it'd be more productive as we move forward through the process. And Memorial Day, please remember why we have Memorial Day. Please remember the morning memorial and then the afternoon memorial. Morning is for the fallen and afternoon is for the people who are serving. So I'd like to say thank you to all of our veterans and all of our active duty members for their service to our wonderful country.
Thank you, Commissioner Sabatini.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner
Yes, sir.
Sabatini.
Can't believe it.
And that's all I have until
Okay,
the
all
end.
right.
Last Tuesday, we had a PD&E study for 466A. I want to compliment Jeff and his staff. They did a fabulous job in the city of Fruitland Park. We had quite a few residents out there. There were a lot of different opinions, but I think we have a good basis to go on what's going on out there. So thank Jeff and his staff. Bobby. That's it for me.
All right. I think your comments are really good about moving forward now that the cities have each of the maps, because each one is different. Some have JPA, some have ISBA, some have nothing. So we've got the potential here to really work well together. I want to also let everyone know that, as I understand it, this is the day that Britt Road bid went out on the street. And so we should be getting responses back from contractors, and a decision will be made, and then the work will begin. And that will be a very happy day. So this is our first happy day. We're getting the bid out. And then tomorrow at 1, Mount Dora is doing the ribbon cutting on Donnelly. So that's a really big deal, especially for those of us who. Thursday. Thursday, not Wednesday.
It's actually, I believe, conflicting with our budget workshop.
It is? Oh, dear. Oh,
Can
no.
we shift our budget workshop an hour? I actually really do want to go to the Donnelly
Right?
thing. It's kind of a big deal.
Is that
Well,
possible?
here's the thing, our budget workshop's at 9 o'clock, so if y'all can wrap it up quickly. We're
We just-
scheduled from 9 to 2 is what we have blocked off on
Oh.
the calendar.
So if we could finish
Time's
up by
Donnelly.
12:30, Donnelly's at 1.
I would be completely fine coming in an hour early if we could re-advertise.
We got it. I don't know if
can't
we-
Well,
advertise.
we
Can't.
can't really advertise, so, I
If-
mean, 9 o'clock, if we can get it done by noon,
Okay,
Right.
budget workshop,
all right.
you should
I
be
think that's a good
okay.
idea. Yes.
Matter, yeah, get done at noon if there's.
I can set a
Well,
timer,
we could recess. If we didn't get done, we could recess and come back.
and whatever's,
Yeah.
if we get to 11:30 and we still have a couple of departments left, we can just push them to the next, because you have one more budget
Okay.
workshop.
Right.
We can
Perfect.
just push them. How about that? That was a
Okay.
good idea, Melanie.
That's great. Okay, very good. And I did attend that South Lake Chamber. It was awesome. Staff did a great job, and I'm hoping that maybe we could replicate something similar and go to a couple of North Lake chambers. It's a little different because South Lake has that one large group, and so it makes it easier when you're doing presentations like that because you can hit everybody at one time. But I'll explore, or maybe economic development could explore the possibility of even, picking one of the North Lake ones and then inviting the others for, a larger presentation. on the issues that were covered at the South Lake Chamber. So, and then, of course, Memorial Day, I know that most of us, probably all of us, will be finding different ways to observe Memorial Day and to bring honor to those who have fought for our country and died for our country, and remember, just what a solemn holiday it is, and what a holiday it is to actually, recognize those that made the ultimate sacrifice for us. I appreciate all the hard work today on the Bill of Rights discussion. I think that it was really very thoughtful, and I think that if you all have time and you want to delve into some of the things that were raised, and even that last ordinance suggestion, just spend some time in that. And if in the future we want to look at anything differently, I'm just happy that we got something in place today to say that in Lake County, that is of utmost importance to us, to protect the rights of our citizens and to respect the Bill of Rights in our laws and our actions and the things that we do here in Lake County. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Commissioner Smith, because he's going to tell us what day it is today.
Today is, in case you were wondering, and I'm sorry that Farmer Banks is not here, because today is Plant Something Day.
Ooh, I like that.
So you can go out and plant a house plant, plant a
Tree,
tree,
just
tomato
make it-
bush, no
He said a
hedges.
summer crops.
And for the record, loofah tastes terrible.
Don't eat the loofah.
He says it tastes like cucumber. I don't know.
Don't eat
I
the
don't,
loofah.
I don't know.
Yeah. It's better for
But-
washing.
Whatever you do, just go out and plant something to help our environment out today.
All right, okay, well, thank you very much for that, and thank you, everyone. Good meeting. We stand adjourned.
See you Thursday.
Yeah. See ya.
Monday, Tuesday, happy.